as we initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. Come on, freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Good morning, everyone. Today is day 6, if you count from like the opening statements instead of jury duty or voir dire, which is how I count. There did not have anything prior to the jury coming in, so I kind of skipped ahead on that. I did want to give everyone a warning, though, that the medical examiner is going to be on the stand today, and just kind of looking ahead at the chat, he is going to be talking about, you know, the blood, possible human tissue that was found in the carpet. So if that kind of stuff squeaks you out, I will try my best not to show anything gnarly. We don't have a body or anything like that, but that doesn't mean that this might not be disturbing for some people. So if you need a puppy kitten break, I have them. We have miniature Jesus on our side too. So let's get into this and get it set on 1.25. But I did want to give you guys that warning just in case. You know, even though we don't have a body in this particular case, there's going to be a lot of tissue being discussed and maybe different fluids. Yes.
Any social media and or access any news media? Yes. And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
I still contend that the open mind question is where she'd get me every time. I mean, after last week, honestly, that's the part where I would be like, okay, I'm willing to keep an open mind. I'm not willing to, you know, drop, you know, all belief and suspension of reality. Oh, dang, Sniper Hunter. Well, have a good day, and I will do a breakdown, so I will try to keep you up to date to what we have today.
Thank you, jurors. With that, we're ready to begin our today's work. All of the jurors have responded in the affirmative yes to each of the questions. We'll have the witness back on the stand.
Thank you, Ron.
Oh, darn it. I'm sorry. I'm not sick. I'm just frozen. And I said it, well, yesterday when I was watching the video, but this man's posture, I mean, I don't know if his mom made him, I don't know, stand next to a wall or something, but he has got the most upright posture I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know why things like that tend to just get my focus, but there you go. Now you're noticing it too.
Morning. Dr. Atkinson, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that an image of the bag of rugs that you had the opportunity to examine at OCME?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth will seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is file number P10900001. No objection.
The next image, P109000, is that what you said?
0001.
0001 is now in evidence as exhibit 181. Thank you. And jurors.
And a big shout out and thanks to Jedi Jess for all of the highlighters and things. They are so helpful when you're taking notes because again, we're on day 6 and there's already nearly 200 pieces of evidence. And I do like to keep a record of things. So if you guys ever have a question like, oh, on day was this put in? And I do like to, I mean, as much as of a hot mess express as I am, I do try to, have a general understanding and be able to look back in my notes for you guys. And I also want to thank everyone for their support this year and for this trial. I was actually a bit nervous doing kind of my own big trial, and you guys have been super awesome. And thank you for all of your support. And you guys are helping me get to my goal of actually getting. Now, y'all know I suck with technology, okay? But I found these. Kindle has a doodad that's basically a tablet that feels like paper that you can write on, which Mr. Mo is like, if you would like to save up, that would be great, because I only have 26 notebooks since I started watching trials. And he's like, if you got that electrical thing, you wouldn't have all these notebooks. And I was like, that's a great idea. So I am on my way to my goal. So thank you guys so much. And Mr. Mo is on his way to not having 999 notebooks everywhere.
We had a change in staff over the weekend and for the rest of the trial. Ms. Blankenship is going to be the court reporter. I know you can only see the back of the person, but welcome.
I just love this judge. Again, instead of allowing the jury to speculate, she's just like, hey, y'all, like she got the coof.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish.
Pardon me?
May the Commonwealth publish exhibit.
Sure can.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number P1090001?
I do have the sound
Doctor,
boosted.
Directing your attention to the image on the screen. What is the significance of the 230493 at the bottom?
That is the OCME case number. So 23 was the year, 2023. And then that was the number of cases we'd had up to that point.
And so, Doctor, your numbers, are they the same as the crime lab numbers?
No.
Okay. And if we could take that down, thank you. And if we have what was marked as Exhibit 180 from Friday. And for the record, this is file number PC 110198. Doctor, directing your attention to the screen for Exhibit 180, what were the observations you were able to make of this piece of carpet?
This piece of carpet has a large area of red-brown stain on it, and in the middle of this stain was an approximately 1/4 inch long, what looked to be a blood clot.
Could you take that down?
Okay, the blood clot is interesting because, and look, I'm not a doctorologist, so I will wait till this is asked a question, but I guess my question as a juror would be, do clots happen on dead bodies? Here's what I mean by that, because I know that probably is a weird sentence. I know exactly what I mean, but I figure I have to clarify it. When a body is deceased for let's say it took 45 minutes for Brian to go from nudge, nudge, push off the bed to dismemberment, does blood still clot after you die? And if so, how long does that, take? And I'm guessing it would have something to do with lividity and within the first couple hours. I just don't know that a dead body would bleed like that. So my guess is the state's going to probably bring in that, hell no, of course, none of the things happened like Brian said. But I may not have a super open mind. I am willing for, the defense to put on some sort of defense. Whether I'll buy it or not is a completely different story.
Ms. Gilman, thank you. So, Doctor, what is a blood clot?
The blood clot is just blood that has solidified or clotted.
And how were you able to make the determination it looked like a blood clot? What was it that about it that gave you that indication?
It's the correct color, shape, consistency of a blood clot. I've seen thousands of them.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
No, MLS, I do think that it is very interesting. If you have time and want to hop on, you can. Since, I'm no legalologist, I just, give everyone that caveat and tell them to go talk to smart legalologists, as you do. Mostly. And I do think that the lack of a body is both a detriment to the state and the defense. I do feel like that is going to be something that both people struggle with, or both sides struggle with. I do wonder, again, also my question going into this, do they know down to a science the sort of volume that you can safely lose, I guess, per like stain size? I mean, that seems like a very niche thing to study, but I figure with enough people with the imagination of me and, well, better chemistry and biology grasps, it might be a study that's been done. I don't know.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a close-up of the blood clot from that section of carpet?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110197.
No objection.
Photo PC 110197 is now in evidence as Exhibit 182. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 182?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110197? So, Doctor, that's the close-up of the blood clot that you identified?
Yes.
What did you do with that blood clot?
I saved that blood clot in a jar for possible future DNA analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. How do you save it in a jar?
You know, looking at his posture, I feel like we should ask, does he save things in jars from every person?
Sir.
You place it into a plastic jar, and then we, I believe, freeze that jar afterward.
Now, Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm showing you two images at this point in time. Are those fair and accurate depictions of the next section of carpet you had the opportunity to analyze or look at that day at OCME?
Yes, this was the largest piece.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter the next two photographs as exhibits.
What are the,
File numbers?
yes?
The first would be PC 110204, and the second would be PC 110217.
No objection.
Those two photos now identified by the Commonwealth by their P number are in evidence as 184 and 185.
That's what I have.
Thank you for the correction, 183 and 184.
I do appreciate the judge being very thorough and, you know, on top of the exhibits.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 183, which is PC 110204? Doctor, directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 183. What observations did you make of this carpet while it was being unrolled?
I observed the same types of red-brown stains on the carpet. There were also more areas of clotted blood, and there were also areas with white, clumpy, powdery tissue, not tissue, sorry, substance. Some of it was discolored from.
Did this man try to use effing carpet fresh? Did he try to use carpet fresh on the body? Did he think baking soda would work? For the love of Lemmy. Oh, good Lord. Oh, for giblets and Jesus, save us. Let's continue.
The fluid that was on it.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 184, which is PC 110217? So close. And Doctor, is this the same section of carpet?
Yes.
And now, Doctor, on this section, were you still able to observe the red-brown staining and the white substance?
Yes.
In addition to making these observations of the white substance, did you identify anything as far as potential hairs?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down.
Yes.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes,
Is that a collection of hairs that you saw on that section of carpet?
it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter PC 110243 as the next exhibit.
It's in evidence now as 185, 110243.
Your Honor, the Court of Commission may Commonwealth publish Exhibit 185.
I would be interested when we see the hairs, whether they had the root or if they were, without the root, because sometimes depending on whether you get the root of the hair or not, it can be indicative of, the hair being pulled out at the root. Sometimes, I don't know. I've watched a show or two. Not a doctorologist, though.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110243? Doctor, directing your attention to Exhibit 185, what did you do with this collection of hairs?
I collected all the hairs that I could find on the piece of carpet, and including this clump, and I put them in an envelope, an evidence envelope, and sealed it and signed it.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Doctor, besides making observations of the section of carpet as far as what you saw on it, did you have the opportunity to go through that material and find any objects in it?
Yes.
Yes.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a close-up of the section of carpet with a hand holding a ruler that you had the opportunity to examine OCME?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110208.
No objection.
Photo with that ID is now in evidence as 186.
Your Honor, would the Court of Commission and Commonwealth publish Exhibit 186?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110208? So, Doctor, directing your attention to this image, whose hand is that?
That is my hand with a glove.
And what is the ruler next to?
Just above the ruler, you can see a metal item that has a loop on one side. It appeared to me to be some sort of jewelry charm without a chain attached.
And, Doctor, around that area, is that white substance, is that what you were talking about, is the white powdery substance? And I don't want to misstate you if it's not powdery, but what is that? Was that what you saw that day?
Yes, almost all of these clumps are that same powdery, clumpy substance. Some of them look red and brown and tan, probably because of the liquid that made them clump.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Thank you. Doctor, what did you do with that piece of metal that you found?
I photographed it, and I also placed it into an envelope and saved it for evidence.
May I approach that?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a picture of the piece of metal that you photographed by an envelope?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have image file number PC 110245 as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
110245, that image is in evidence as 187.
Possible.
With the Court's permission, Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 187?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have PC 110245? Thank you. So, Doctor, is this the photographing of the piece of metal that you spoke of?
Yes.
And that envelope, is that the envelope you put it into that's in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, there's gloves beneath you. You can put those on. Doctor, I'm handing you a glassine envelope. I'm going to ask, do you recognize the envelope that's inside the glassine envelope?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside that paper envelope this morning?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same paper envelope that you put the piece of metal in at the OCME?
Not.
Yes.
And the yellow sticker on the exterior of the envelope, what is that number on it?
That's the same OCME number that was the number of this case.
And on the front of it, do you recognize the writing on the front?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
That is my handwriting describing what this was.
And can you look inside the envelope and ask to recognize the object? You recognize the object, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the piece of metal that you found in the rug while you were doing your examination at OCME?
Yes.
If you could hold on.
It kind of looks like one of those doodads, like a metal doodad they put at the end of like, okay, obviously this hoodie doesn't have it, but you know, the little metal clampy bits so the cord doesn't fray. I mean, look, I'm not technically responsible for any tool work in this house, so it could be a nail or something, you know, ubiquitous. I have no idea.
Onto it for one moment. Sure. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the glassine envelope that has the paper envelope and the piece of metal inside the paper envelope as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 188.
Thank you, Doctor. You can put it back inside. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Doctor, did you recognize any writing on exhibit 188, the piece of metal? Anything that was pressed into it?
Yes, there was an engraving of Gucci on one side.
Oh, so they were showing a picture of her that evening wearing a Gucci necklace. Now, not having any Gucci necklace, the shoestring metal clampy bit is more my speed. If you go luxury, I'm like, is it a really nice hoodie? So, never would have guessed it would be a Gucci little doodad.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Doctor, do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
What is that image of?
This is the plastic container that I saved a large amount of this clumped substance and also all of the blood clots that I found.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which is file number PC 110222.
Any objection?
No objection.
PC 110222 is now in evidence as exhibit 189.
I just love that both the judge and I are taking notes, but her notes probably aren't photo of clumps and clots. Hope this guy doesn't keep jars of everyone's stuff. I mean, she might. She might be writing the same notes I am, but I doubt it.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish exhibit 189?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, do we have PC 110222? So, Doctor, this container, what did you do with this container?
I put a lid on this container and then we put it in a freezer.
And why do you put it in a freezer?
For DNA analysis, that's the preferred method of preserving the tissue.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Doctor, did you take any other samples that day while you were making your examination of the rugs?
Yes, I did.
What did you take for samples?
I saw in I painstakingly mushed through a lot of this crumbly substance, and there was one area near one of the blood clots that appeared to have some.
JKD Buck, okay, so here's my theory, and I have. Okay, now look. It's headcanon only until myself and Robert Stack can confirm on Unsolved Mystery. But in the Brennan household, there was a good twin and a bad twin, but the parents were kind of nearsighted. We've lost Hank's glasses, but somehow bad Hank, Brennan, got out. But good Hank also got out, and they led parallel lives. So that's why I call this prosecutor Good Hank. Also, I love King of the Hill, and that's such a funny gag. Yeah, so I call him Good Hank. And y'all, honestly, he's about so nice, he's nearly Canadian, okay? He's like, I'm sorry, ma'am, and no worries. And it is a weird thing because he looks like Fluffy Hank, but he acts like Canadian Hank. So there you go. That is my headcanon as to the origin of both Good and Bad Hank. And it's Massachusetts. Honestly, the story I just created in my head is probably closer to reality than we know. Allegedly in Minecraft.
Specks of something that could possibly be tissue. The clumped areas appeared to be tissue at first, or possibly tissue, but upon further inspection, it was obvious that none of this clumped powdery material was actually any kind of tissue. But this one area had very small specks of something that I thought might not be the same type of powder. So I put this area, I saved that for looking at under the microscope.
And how do you do that, sir?
How do you save it? Or,
Yes, please.
you put it into a cassette.
And do you have to add anything to the substance to put it in the cassette?
No, but you put the cassettes into formalin. It's like formaldehyde that preserves the tissue.
What happens, and now, you did that with the tiny specks. Did you do that with any other items that day? Make formalin, put things into formalin?
No, I saved the blood clots mainly for DNA testing.
And if I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Huh? You may.
Do you save other random things in formaldehyde? Do you still live with your mom? Do you really like Psycho? I mean, I don't know. Look, I get that it's his job, but if my job ever requires me to say the following sentence, and I quote, I mushed through the particle-y stuff to see if it was tissue. Yeah, that's a job not for most. So bless you, and bless that you do this so I don't have to, because there is not enough Purell in the entirety of the universe to make me feel clean if I had to do that. So thank you, sir, for your service, because if the world was full of Moes, not one bit of that sentence would have been achieved. Ever.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
I swear to God, if this man says, but you didn't find a body, did you? I'm going to lose my ish. It is too early in the damn morning for him to come in and ask about a Porsche, a ring, or a Zillow listing, or any other redonkulousness that I am guessing is probably going to come out of his mouth.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You used the word a moment ago on direct examination. You painstakingly went through some of the material that you found on the rug.
Yes.
And you did that very carefully.
Yes.
You were paying close attention because that's how you're trained and that's what you do.
Correct.
I want to just talk to you at the beginning here about
Jesus.
your position. You are a deputy chief of the medical examiner, correct?
I am no longer the deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, I'm looking at your CV and I'm wondering if it's just an older one.
It must be an older one, yes.
Okay, can you tell us, sir, what you are now?
And welcome. Let me put us, I don't know why it's doing that. I actually put out the Dave signal because I think that the lack of a body is going to be challenging on both sides. But as a not lawyerologist, I thought we'd get an actual lawyerologist. We would phone a friend.
Yeah, no worries. So it's this old thing called corpus delicti, which is show me the body. And the idea behind that is that you don't want people like confessing to unaliving somebody without any evidence of unaliving somebody. And so everyone has always had this misnomer that you need an actual body to convict somebody of this type of crime. But you don't, and you haven't for hundreds of years in all the 50 states that I'm aware of. Although I'm a Michigan attorney, I think it's fairly general across the board that you can use circumstantial evidence. Now, the prosecution has to prove a death, and then they also have to prove an unlawful death. So their hands are tied a little bit in that trying to prove both of those things is difficult without a body, but it's not unheard of. So, they're going into blood stains and they're trying to say that this is enough blood to either, one, there was a death, or two, it was due to, unlawful or unnatural means, right?
Yeah.
So the defense could attack that though and say, well, that blood is old, or that's not enough to cause a death, or yeah, she cut her hand once and that's why there's blood there that matches her. So there's attacks on both sides, and then there's other evidence that could be used. Credit card, bank statements. She hasn't used any money or bought anything in the last 2 years, but all of it revolves around circumstantial evidence. And is it a reasonable inference that this person is no longer alive based on all this evidence? And is it also reasonable inference that she died due to unlawful means? And then is it also reasonable inference through the circumstantial evidence that this guy actually caused the unaliving? So they have to
Yeah.
pile on so much evidence because they have to create the circumstantial case.
Well, yeah, I knew it would be different, but I didn't know the technicalities behind it. Now, I have a bonus law question. Now, there seems to be some squabbling because it looks like the state is wanting to bring in the fact that he pled guilty. It seems like they're wanting to put it in their closing statement from what I'm gathering by what they've been putting in. Now, the defense looks like they are not wanting that to happen, but it seems like the defense tried to do an end run and get him the lowest possible sentence for what he pled to by having him be sentenced at the start of trial. Because the defense was actually, so like day one before they even got opening statements, his defense attorney said, "We'd like to go ahead and sentence him. We're here for sentencing." And the judge was kind of okay with it for the first day and a half. And then she said, "I've thought about it. And because of the way the statute's written, basically, if she makes the wrong choice, she might have actually wrongly sentenced him if he's not convicted, because the longer end of the sentence is in connection with a life-ending felony."
Yeah, see, that's outside of my knowledge base because I don't practice in that state. But sentencing is generally governed almost entirely by statute these days. And
Well, that's what I thought. So I didn't figure there was a lot, but it did seem like they were trying to get it in so he could stay on the closer to 10 years bit of the penalty phase, which I thought was an interesting strategy.
well, it is. If there's, like we deal with a lot of, we call them firearm kickers, right? If you commit a felony and you commit a felony with a firearm, the punishment is a lot stricter if you have the firearm when you're doing it. So we can try to plead to something and get rid of those kickers, as we call them, or those multipliers. And so that might have been their strategy with this, because if you're, hiding a corpse or whatever it was that he pled to, but you're doing it in order to conceal your other crimes, there's probably an added, sentencing range involved. So that makes sense that they did that. And the judge was probably right to not sentence him until after this trial.
MLS,
I thought
this is a redux of the Chandler Halderson. I actually did dismembered defenses, the opening statements of the Chandler Halderson defense and then the Brian Walshe defense yesterday. And I was like, holy crap. We all thought it was dumb when Chandler was like, okay, maybe he dismembered him. Maybe he lied to cops, but he didn't murder them.
we had a similar case in Michigan here that I actually streamed, where a cousin, I think Salvador and I dual streamed it, where a cousin was accused of unaliving his female cousin and then hiding her body. And their defense was, well, she just up and died and he panicked and didn't know what to do and dumped the body. That was his defense. Now it didn't work, but it's a similar defense here. And when Brian first pled to the 2 counts and not all of them, my thought is that they are going to use this to try to exclude evidence from the murder trial that they otherwise would have gotten in because it's relevant to, the 2 counts he pled to. And then Runkle turned me on to the idea that they're making it easier for Brian to testify. So I've now switched my position, and I feel all of this is trying to limit the scope of cross-examination when Brian actually testifies. So I think he's going
I
to
guess
testify.
that's a perspective I figured he was going to testify because that's what the opening statement alluded to. And I don't know how you, if you agree with this or not, but essentially this is kind of like a self-defense case where he has to go up and testify because he's basically banking on the jurors to say, okay, rely, or, it's reasonable. Like, okay, maybe I wouldn't do this, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of has to be like denting gum. 9 out of 10 dentists would dismember their wives if they came upon them dead.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard sell. And I don't think he is going to do it if I were a betting man. But
Hey,
if
I'm
it's the
here for
only
the
thing you
train
have,
wreck.
it's the only thing you have, right? So it's thinking about the Murdaugh case too. I don't think he unalived his wife and son. He had to try to convince a jury that he didn't. He got up on the stand, and I think he did such a bad job testifying. I still don't think he did it, but I understand why the jury convicted him because he
I
was
didn't
so
get
bad
into
at
that
testifying.
case because I heard that it was 6 weeks of finance, and I was like, numbers? No, that'll be a no for me, dog.
Yeah, so it's really risky to put your defendant on the stand as an attorney. But sometimes it's the only thing you have, and
Well,
that might be the
yeah,
only thing here. And he might be super convincing. I don't know. It's possible. I just don't buy it.
I don't, but I do want to thank you for popping in and, because I usually say, like, go look at real lawyers. Like, I'm okay with you leaving my chat and asking a real lawyer because I don't want to, tell y'all something, blow smoke up your behinds. Y'all know I'm a twice college
Right.
dropout.
Well, just the main focus is it's entirely circumstantial, and the state has to prove, one, that there was a death, two, that it was done through unnatural means, and unaliving, and then three, that the defendant did it. And so when you have to prove all of those three factors based on circumstantial evidence, you just have to pile up the circumstantial evidence to the point where you're almost presenting a movie, like a thriller type movie, and you're like convincing the jury, who are just regular people, like, come on, use your common sense. This guy did it. She's dead. She was unalived. She didn't die naturally. And that's basically what they're trying to do. But they have to paint this entire picture. And unlike a movie where you can leave small little hints and
Yeah.
references, you've got to just methodically go through it very technically and present all the evidence. And so it's going to be a long, tedious trial. But I'm waiting for Brian to get on the stand. That's going to be interesting.
I am just waiting for Old Man River to come up with a cogent question just once. And then you do have a question. What do you think of Andrea Burkhart's position that she would put most of her clients on the stand?
So actually, I was talking about that with my Lego Law Life and Libation stream just on Saturday with Nick Ricada.
Woo! Plug. Go look at it. Go check it out.
We were talking about that, and Steve Gosney has the same position. And I think it's interesting that most attorneys are going that way. It used to be you don't ever put your lying guilty client on the stand. And now it's almost you must, unless you absolutely can't for some other reason, put your lying guilty client on the stand.
Does that go to the unintentional reaction to the CSI, Law and Order, all of the kind of fictionalized law that now the burden has shifted to the defense to prove that you're not guilty? Which is
it's like that, although I hope it's not to that extent. Like you said, like I hope jurors still walk in there knowing that the burden is on the state and the defense has to prove nothing. But they don't.
The
courts
As
are
a
always,
foreperson on a trial, they're like, okay, well, we just make sure that he's not guilty. I said, no, we would presume he's not guilty from the go. She's like, I don't think you know what you're doing.
So it's courts are always behind society, right? So when you had the OJ trial and this DNA evidence came out, all of a sudden everyone was like questioning all this science that the defense was presenting and be like, why didn't the state do that? So then we moved into this what we called CSI effect, where the juries wanted to see the science and they wouldn't convict unless there was science and or video. And now we've moved into more of this video phrase, where if it's not on video, it didn't happen. And we're also moving into what I have termed the CSI effect, or not CSI effect, the Dateline effect, of where we want to sit back and hear this case and we want someone else to tell us why he's not guilty, right? You think of Making a Murderer.
Oh yeah.
As sort of, when everyone was on lockdown with the vid, or no, that was before that. That was Tiger King. But before that, with Making a Murderer, everyone was like, oh, wow, they railroaded this guy. The defense should have proved this. The defense should have brought up this. And so we're now sort of, the courts are slowly turning again towards where society has been for quite a while, in that they want to hear from the defense. They want people to speak up for themselves. Tell us your truth. Be empowered. Don't not just be a victim of the state. Tell us your truth. So now we have to address that and be like, the jurors want to hear from people. They don't sit back and say, well, the state didn't prove. They want to know why. What's the defense's side?
The thought process. And I think that a lot of, as true crime is growing and as, podcasts and things, I think there is a very big disconnect and misunderstanding what can be said on a podcast versus what can be brought in a court of law. And we saw it in the Wolfenberger case very recently. And I believe there was a case in Arizona, Michael something or other. There are these cold cases that are coming up that have a big podcast following, but there are things that you can put on a podcast you can't bring in the court of law. And I think that's something that we're going to keep running into.
It definitely is. And that was part of what we were talking about with Nick Rekieta, was specifically with the Johnny Depp case, because the question was posed to him, what would you have done differently if you were Johnny's attorney? And he said, I would have been out in social media a lot more and talking a lot more instead of staying silent, because that's not the norm anymore. Staying silent and letting the process do its thing, and then letting the other side with the burden, establish their burden, is not a thing anymore. That's just not where society is. And juries are made up of members of society. So you have to meet them at their level. And so that's the biggest thing. And so that's why I know the Lorax, he used to say the same as me. I always said that, you never put your client on the stand unless you absolutely have to, but times are a changing, and you kind of got to default to that unless there's a really good reason not to.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking time out to answer my questions, because, I am naturally blonde under this.
Which I just learned today, which was interesting. I didn't know you were artificial ginger.
I know. I call it my artificial. Honestly, I was going to go brown, but the first time I dyed my hair, it went really red, and it really irritated my mom. And what better reason is there to do anything?
Right. Well, I'll be hanging out in chat, listening away as I'm doing my other stuff.
Sounds fun. Thank you so much for answering the lawyer signal, and I will see you later.
All right,
and check out the Lego stream. It's 3 L's and it's escaping
Lego
me at
Law,
the moment.
Life, and Libations.
I was like Legos, Lawlessness, and Lucy Lawless. I was like,
it'll get you
none
there.
of those are right.
That'll get you there too.
Bye. Alrighty, let's get back. And thank you guys for, allowing me to do that. But I really, do like giving you guys correct information. If I don't know something, I'm glad that I have friends that can come in and explain-orate to me like I'm 5 and looking at a bunch of puppets in Amazon, because this is what Mr. Mo deals with. And thank you so much. But let's get back into this. Apparently, we're going to be questioning his CV now, because why not?
What's your title?
I am a medical examiner.
Okay.
Now.
When did you stop being deputy chief?
I served as deputy chief from 2018 until 2022.
So when you were the deputy chief, and now when you're I want to say simply a medical examiner. You're still doing very important work. Were you doing this type of work that you're doing as a medical examiner in your role as a deputy chief medical examiner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And there's a lot of responsibility attached to being a deputy chief medical examiner as well as just a medical examiner.
Sure.
And once again, my use of just a doesn't imply anything. I hope you know that. Can I ask you something then? Knowing now that this might be an older CV, are you now, or were you once, a member of the Massachusetts Commission on Medical Legal Investigation?
Yes, I was.
But you're no longer.
Correct.
And when I say no longer, that position is basically time controlled by the statute that created that commission.
Giblets in heaven. Oh my gosh, where's tiny baby Jesus? Stay near the mic, old man River. If I have to listen, if I have to be constantly assaulted by your gibberish, could you please stay near the mic so I can write it down? Holy giblets.
I have no idea.
Okay. How long were you on the commission?
I think it was approximately the same, maybe a year in either direction of when I was deputy.
And that commission was created by statute to promote the use and skills of the medical legal investigation of deaths, correct?
Yes.
And you and other people assigned to that commission did the important work of trying to ensure that medical legal investigations are thorough and exacting and reliable.
Correct.
And on that commission, there are police officers, law enforcement, district attorneys, medical examiners like yourself, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that phrase means, medical legal investigation?
Sure. It refers to any type of medical investigation that has the potential to also involve the legal system.
Okay. And that's what medical examiners do. They get involved in the legal system because they're trying to determine cause and manner of death, correct?
Correct.
Now, I look at your CV, and I see that you have published in the area, certain medical-related areas, correct?
Yes.
And the journals that you published in are well-respected and peer-reviewed. I mean, they're important journals.
Sure.
And I see that on your CV,
Where in the foggy hell are we going down the recitation of his LinkedIn profile? I mean, I think after the first, boring bit we always have to do where the, state or whoever's on direct has to go through the CV. We've did that. Where are we leading to?
you also list on this CV under the abstract title, two presentations that I think are characterized as posters, correct?
Yes.
And when we say posters, we're literally talking about physical posters, correct?
Yes.
And the information on posters, it's equally important. It helps
If he doesn't use a trifold poster, you must acquit. Where in the hell are we going with this?
educate people. You're providing very valuable information to people, regardless of the form that it takes, correct?
Correct.
And either while you were a deputy chief medical examiner or in your capacity now as a medical examiner, do you participate in lectures, or sometimes they're called rounds, with your colleagues and discuss aspects that pertain to your work?
Yes.
And people present during those lectures on particular areas of either evolving forensic pathology or just what you're experiencing within the office itself, correct? Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And I think you testified on Friday that you have completed 1,000 or more autopsies. Did I hear that right?
Yes, I said 1,500, more than 1,500.
Oh, I shortchanged you. I apologize.
Do not go against this expert with exact numbers. This man has never slouched in his life. He remembers every breakfast since 1971, okay? Do not get this man on the details. He's like, aboutish 100. He's like, no, you will CV me correctly.
That's a lot of autopsies, isn't it?
Sure.
And he told us on Friday that it can be a relatively short.
Where is the defense going with this? I am more confused than a chick who thinks that you're really going to get coffee at the end of the night.
Period of time, or an autopsy can take as long as a day or more.
Correct.
And when you're doing an autopsy, you told us on Friday that you're trying to determine, the manner of death. That's one of the goals of your examination during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that the Office of Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts does is it's responsible by law to investigate various forms of death, correct?
Correct.
And that includes death by accident or unintentional injury, suicide, correct?
Sure.
And it includes death that is under suspicious or unusual circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it includes death that may occur if somebody's in jail custody or something like that, correct?
Correct.
It also specifically includes a requirement that you investigate sudden death, correct?
Correct.
And it requires that you investigate sudden death when the decedent was in apparent good health, correct?
Yeah, it's almost like they could have done a full damn autopsy had Brian not decided to make her a jigsaw puzzle. Holy God, did the defense look in the mirror before did he run this defense by anyone? Because again, at this point, as a jury person, putting on my fake jury member, I am pissed the hell off that this defense attorney thinks we are this effing stupid. Like, you have wasted my time, and I am going to have to sit here for another month to listen to your stupid. Hell no.
Correct.
And that phrase that I just used, sudden death of the decedent who was in apparent good health, that is contained in the statute that applies to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
And so the statute and what you do as a medical examiner, you have to investigate.
MLS says he's going to try to show that his focus is always on unnatural death. I think he's biased and failed to consider that it wasn't a death. That it could have been, hysterical grief dismemberment. It's not well known. Wait for the DSM-13. MLS, he could be making that argument, but he seems unable to ever, I'm always just guessing what it vaguely could be than actually having any idea where he's going with stuff. And I find that to be, just irritating.
Where there is a suspicion or information that suggests that someone suddenly died, correct?
Correct.
And specifically where somebody suddenly died that otherwise looked like they were in good health, correct?
Correct.
And that statute requires that certain people, like police officers, physicians, hospital administrators, licensed nurses, DCF social workers, funeral directors, they are required by that statute.
Wait, are we going to argue that Brian's not a mandated reporter, therefore there is no reasonable expectation for him to contact the authorities when his wife dies? Is he a sovereign citizen and therefore he doesn't contract to dispose with the U.S. government? I mean, at this point, either of those articles or those arguments might be more or less, suspension of disbelief. I don't know.
Statute to report that information to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Or they could be fined under the statute, right?
I don't know that for sure, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you. So now turning to just manner of death. Manner of death can be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a manner of death can be classified as accident, correct?
Correct.
Suicide?
Yes.
Homicide?
Yes.
And then there's a category of undetermined or could not be determined, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that a manner of death that results in a classification of undetermined is a classification when the information pointing to one manner of death is no more compelling than one or more competing manners of death after considering all the information you have?
That is correct.
So you are familiar, aren't you, Dr. Atkinson, with the National...
So your explanation for all of the fact pattern right now is undetermined posthumous dismemberment. That's what he should have. Good night, nurse.
National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes.
Sometimes it goes by the acronym of NAME, M-A-M-E.
Correct.
You're also familiar with their 2002 publication, A Guide for the Manner of Death Classification, correct?
Yes.
And it's that particular
Hey, it's a great read. The crossword puzzle at the end is a little tricky, but if you know medical terminology or Latin, it's a real gag.
document is kept at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it? Like it is in many offices, correct?
It's on the internet. That's where I usually look at it.
So it's available to look at for medical examiners when they're just reviewing some of the material that's in that 2002 publication.
Yes.
It also lists specifically those 4 manner of deaths that we just talked about.
Yes. And others.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
And others too.
And others. And then that guide goes through anecdotal, or it's my word, not yours, but it goes through examples of what types of causes of death may result in certain manners, correct?
Correct.
And a cause of death is different than a manner, isn't it?
Yes.
And so as your role of medical examiner, you will not only determine the manner of death, but you also will attempt to determine the cause of death.
Right.
And some of that information finds its way specifically in, for instance, a death certificate applicable to some individual, correct?
If only Brian had left a body and not 10 bags of bloody evidence. It's almost like we could do some tests. Wouldn't have to be searching through clumps of things.
Yes.
It's very important to evaluate all the information you have before reaching a conclusion as to manner of death and causation, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, doctor, that without a physical body, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner cannot make a finding of either manner of death or cause of death?
Without what? Sorry.
With a body, with a physical body.
Generally, we don't do that. No.
Okay. Now, that 2002 guidelines, and it's current. In other words, there hasn't been a new issue. It's still current, and it's published in 2002, correct?
Correct.
It does include, like you said, examples of causes of death, and then tries to tell the reader, this is an example of a cause of death that could be considered a certain manner of death, correct?
Yes.
And I think it goes through, if you recall, multiple paragraphs, up to like 44, 46 different paragraphs of examples, correct?
Correct.
And it actually includes things like characterized as cafe coronary, upper airway fluid obstruction, correct?
Correct.
It goes through, it gives an example of death by fear or fright, right?
Correct.
It includes an explanation of death.
Wait a minute, defense, you know what? Defense won me over. Old Man River, I gotcha. I'm going to write out, let's see, got to clean this off. Of course, I used the wet erase markers. So here's my idea. This is how the scenario went down. I am now Team Brian, okay? Y'all, I figured it out. So Anna was laying in bed. She was trying to sleep. You know, she is dealing with a lot. She's juggling 2 men, which and Brian decided he was going to show up in his birthday suit to celebrate, New Year's. Well, he's a grower, not a shower. It was really cold. She thought he had transitioned. She had a heart attack. And he was so emasculated that he couldn't help her. And he didn't think that anyone was going to believe that she died of fear seeing him nude. But it totally makes sense now. Team defense all the way. Dear Lord.
Resulting from autoerotica behavior or consensual atypical sexual behavior, correct?
Correct.
And
Oh my God, he's talking about David Carradining yourself. Again, do not cut off, do not give yourself a self-head neck hug while you're doing anything sexual. You don't want to have the coroner have to explain it to your mom.
it goes on to say, just as an example, specific to that cause of death, autoerotic behavior, it talks about that causation as being, in large part, considered accidental death.
Specifically autoerotic asphyxia. Yes.
Okay, autoerotic asphyxia.
As opposed to what other autoerotic thing that will unalive you? I feel like he would know all of them, and I need to know what to avoid.
Can you tell the jurors what asphyxia is?
Asphyxia is anytime oxygen is deprived from parts of the body. In the case of autoerotic asphyxia, it's due to a ligature compressing the neck vasculature or the blood vessels in the neck.
Now, I just want to talk.
Did anyone have autoerotic asphyxia on their bingo card for today? Because if you did, go buy a lotto ticket. So are we now claiming that they were doing the merry tango and, you know, he wanted to add a little spice and she was like, it's cool, and then it just went all Final Destination-y? That's what I would go with, honestly, as his defense. Or even the autoerotic asphyxiation, although it wouldn't be autoerotic if someone else was giving you the neck hug. It would be, you know, just an erotic neck hug. Again, probably the scenario that's easier to buy than what he's trying to sell, actually.
Chief, for just a little bit about some of the causes that are considered to be causes of sudden unexpected death. We can agree, can't we, that sudden unexpected death is a rare occurrence?
Sure.
Well, is it rare, or does it happen more often than
Any
rare?
possible cause? It's pretty rare, I would say. Sure.
Okay, and there's any number of causes of sudden unexpected death, isn't there?
Very many, yes.
Okay. And those causes for sudden unexpected death, they are known within the forensic pathology world, aren't they?
Yes.
And are they known to a lesser extent in the non-forensical medical arena?
Sure.
And
In the non-forensical, how about in the non-farcical? How about we could get out of the non-farcical? How could we get out of the farcical section of the defense?
it's fair to say that based on your experience and training and knowledge of sudden unexpected death, you wouldn't expect that just a layperson would really understand sudden unexpected death. That is the parlance of...
Oh my God, you guys. If only there was like this service that you could call, like from this, using only 3 numbers if you should think that your loved one is dead. And they have these people that have gone to school for a really long time and they've studied all about the human body and they do tests and shit. What if we had, no, you guys listen, what if we had that same number could call like these police guys and they come and they investigate shit, and sometimes they exonerate you because they say, oh, look at all these tests we did, yeah, she just had a heart attack. I mean, that would be a world that I'd like to live in. Too bad we don't. Y'all, I am all the petty all today. Today is not the Monday to treat me like I'm a moron. I have none of the patience for this. And thank you so much, Wolfram, for being an awesome mod, and I hope you have a great lunch.
educated people like yourself.
Overruled. He can answer if he can.
I'm not totally sure what you mean. People understand certain causes of death.
Okay, what about in the specific area of sudden unexpected death?
Depends on the cause of death. I think most people understand what injuries are. Most people understand what a heart attack is.
Okay, you would agree.
Okay, here's the problem that the defense attorney is that this gentleman, look, and it's something I identify with a lot of surgeons, but definitely doctors that choose to work with the sedated or the dead. They're generally not people. They're generally very analytical, and this guy's like, no, everyone who does an autopsy generally knows why the person died. So the defense they're not speaking the same language. This man speaks in logic and literal sense, and the defense is trying to suggest a picture. Holy goodness.
That sudden unexpected death can occur then as a result of cardiac causes,
Yes.
of pulmonary causes,
Yes.
of vascular causes,
Yes.
reflexive causes,
Yes.
of asphyxial causes,
Correct.
and even toxicology causes.
Yes.
And sudden unexpected death has been observed to occur both in young people and old people,
Sure.
and middle-aged people.
All types. Of,
It occurs male and female.
yes.
And there's some causes associated with sudden unexpected death that may be seen in experience that they occur more in the male population than the female population.
Yes.
One of those sudden unexpected death causations is the Brugada syndrome, correct?
Correct.
And without going into any great detail, the Brugada system is simply where somebody reportedly, and correct me if I'm wrong, basically lies in bed and dies and then utters something.
I don't think that's necessary. It's a channelopathy. That's a usually genetic mutation or a mutation that you get from your parents that affects the ion channels in the heart, and it predisposes someone to a sudden arrhythmia. An arrhythmia is just an electrical disturbance of the heart.
All right. And
It doesn't have to happen at night, and I don't know about the utterance part.
okay, I apologize.
This guy's like, maybe you should read a book like one of mine.
In any event, sudden unexpected death can occur in individuals that otherwise appear to be healthy before the sudden death.
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the references we've already talked about within the statute that we just talked about a minute ago. That sudden death occurring in someone that otherwise didn't have any manifestation of a physical illness or problem.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that based on your knowledge of sudden unexpected death, that it also occurs, sometimes the sudden death itself can be the first manifestation that somebody had a problem.
Correct.
And there are certain triggers associated with sudden unexpected death, and those triggers can include exertion, physical exertion.
I'm confused. Are you talking about?
And Tammy, welcome back. And I used to make my own laundry soap. Once we make my kitchen a little bit more accessible for me, I will be back to making my laundry soap. So I know how hard that is. I will have to look that up.
Any kind of sudden unexpected death, including
I'm talking about it
injuries. You can die unexpectedly and suddenly from almost any type of cause of death.
Okay. When I'm asking you these questions, and if I'm not doing a good job, you correct me, but I'm talking about, for instance, sudden unexpected death where there is really no prior manifestation of a physical problem before someone experiences sudden unexpected death.
Are you talking about a natural cause of death?
A natural, yes, not a death resulting from anything other than something natural and internal. Yes.
Okay. And what was the question again?
No, that's the entire basis of his job, is that every, unattended death is considered an unexplained death, if not sudden. And then he investigates with the body. It's almost like if we had a body, you wouldn't have to be wasting our time with this ridiculous questions. Lord, save me from this defense.
Sorry.
So a sudden unexpected death, given that characterization, the trigger for such a sudden unexpected death can include physical exertion, correct?
Yes.
But it also can occur without any particular physical exertion, correct?
Correct.
And it can include, for instance, in trained athletes who have been trained to do sports. It happens there too, correct?
Yes.
And it happens. It can happen as a result of sexual activity, for instance.
Correct.
And it can happen.
Ew, confirmation they were doing the mambo. Ew, God, no, don't let that be the last thing Anna had to do before she passed. Ew, Jesus, God. We can add another charge, can't we? That's got to be like a Geneva Convention charge right there. Ugh.
Happen as a result of illness or stress, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, it can happen, if you know, sir, it can happen as a result of travel or extended travel or things like that in a person.
Sure.
Now, it's true, isn't it, doctor, that when we use the phrase sudden unexpected death, the death that we're talking about, and once again, and I'm glad you corrected me, that we're talking about just natural death, natural causes, that
It's almost like if you were a defense attorney making the point that there could be reasons that a person dies unexpectedly, naturally, you would make that a point so that the defense or so the state's witness doesn't have to help your behind out with, hey, are you talking natural or like homicidal? It's almost like you would be aware of what you're trying to present. But, that's a limbo bar that we continually seem to be getting under.
a sudden unexpected death can happen suddenly, but not necessarily instantaneously, correct?
Depending on which type of disease would cause it, yes.
So, for instance, that example you just you talked about, if someone develops in a natural way a lethal arrhythmia, an example of a ventricular fibrillation. It could result in death, correct?
Ventricular fibrillation, not juror. What in the name of giblets in heaven? So wait a minute. Are we now selling, because based on the examples you pulled out, they were doing the nasty or not, they were possibly autoerotically 69ing each other, or however this, God, I have way too much of an imagination for this shit. And then she suddenly died and possibly uttered something. That's it. Who's going to pay for the therapy of the jurors and me?
Yes.
And that mechanism, I'm going to call it a mechanism, but you tell me if it's different, that the heart chambers quiver and they fluctuate, and that's what causes the fibrillation.
Oh my God, never say the word quiver ever again. You know how some people don't like the word moist? Well, him saying the word quiver.
Right?
Yes, it's an electrical disturbance that makes it so that the heart stops pumping.
And at times when you examine someone who has experienced this on an autopsy, you actually don't see, and I'm not talking about you personally, but I'm talking about medical examiners related to this, you don't see any structural defect in the heart.
Of people who have died from natural causes?
Yes, yes,
From a cardiac dysrhythmia?
yes.
You can't diagnose a cardiac dysrhythmia unless the person died while attached to a cardiac monitor that can see the actual dysrhythmia happening. In fact, most cardiac dysrhythmias, you do see something structural in the heart. The one you were talking about before, Brugada syndrome, several others like long QT syndrome, will not have visible, even under the microscope, signs.
You just use the phrase long QT. Could you just define that for the jury?
That's another channelopathy that affects the ion channels in the cell membranes of the cardiac cells.
And let's just stick to the case of a ventricular fibrillation and someone who suddenly dies as a result. It's fair to say that during that process that they can continue to look and appear as if they're making movements, that they might be conscious, but in fact, their body is dying and they then experience sudden death.
Do what now? You appear alive until you're dead? Oh my God. I understand where he's going. I think I vaguely understand where he's trying to go with this. Did someone hire Ralphie? I feel like someone hired Ralph Wiggums from The Simpsons to do this defense. And he's like, I'm helping.
Usually if you're having a cardiac dysrhythmia, you can have movements, seizure-like activity, but usually you're not looking like a normal person would.
Okay.
It's very quick.
And sometimes in your experience as a medical examiner, you've had reports where people talk about the minutes before or the short time period before someone experienced sudden death, and they talk about the way they were moving or they were even walking, but they might have been mumbling, and then they die. And they describe those behaviors to you, don't they?
Occasionally we'll get something like that reported to us.
Okay. And you listen to that information, and being the trained medical examiner you are, then you consider that information in the context of the sudden unexpected death. You just include the information because you are interested in getting all the information you can.
Correct.
And once again, sudden unexpected death can result from vascular catastrophes. That's my word.
Sure.
And those catastrophes can be aorta dissection, aorta rupture.
Are we saying that that Tara Reid from Sharknado came into the house and did this? It'd almost be like if we had a body, we could tell if it was an aortic dissension or an aneurysm or a pulmonary embolism. It's almost like we could have tested all those things. And then no one would think that Brian did it because we'd have el bodio. It's almost like the body was damaged in some way and he had to hide it. I don't know. Call me crazy. I just, once in a while put my thinking cap on.
An aneurysm, correct?
Among many others, yes.
And this sudden unexpected death in this area can be the result of acute squeezing of a particular body part?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
In medical terms, tamponade?
A cardiac tamponade?
Yes.
Cardiac tamponade happens when there's bleeding
Okay.
into the pericardium. That's the sac.
Okay, so basically, cardiac tamponade, your heart has a sac that kind of contains it in a separate sort of chamber that is outside, or that is its own protective area of the chest cavity. A tamponade is actually when you're bleeding inside that chest cavity, so it actually swells and constricts the movement of the heart. It's almost like, in the Karen Reed trial when they had Alessi talk to all the medical people because he could understand what he was talking about was a good strategy.
A membranous sac that surrounds the heart. And when enough blood gets into that sac, it displaces the heart and doesn't allow the heart to open up. It basically stops the ability of the heart to pump.
Now, I just want to move on to another simple cause. Are you familiar with the phrase, I'm sure you are, sudden arrhythmic death syndrome?
Yes.
And it's accurate to say that sudden unexpected death with a normal heart at autopsy accounts for 5 to 10% of young adult sudden deaths.
Of natural deaths?
Of natural deaths, yes, sir.
Yes.
And now I'm not going to get this one right, but are you familiar with the acronym of CPVT?
No.
Catecholaminergic tachycardia. I probably butchered that up. Does that ring a bell?
Catecholaminergic?
Thank you. Yes.
I still don't know what the other two letters stand for.
Okay. Polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. I said it wrong again, but
Tachycardia. Tachycardia means fast heartbeat. Okay, so I will say that this lawyer should have an easier time with medical terminology because it's all Latin based. So if you can kind of suss out what a Latin prefix is or what the word is in Latin, you can generally figure it out. Now, I can't figure out what he's saying because he's not pronouncing anything correctly, but tachycardia does mean just rapid heartbeat. So this lawyer shouldn't be this bad at this. I mean, look, there are plenty of things that I'm bad at. So I'm not trying to say, hey, he's just terrible at everything, but it's almost like this is your only job, sir. And if you're crossing someone, you should at least have a vague understanding of what you're talking about.
That's probably another dysrhythmia.
okay.
Or tachycardia is a fast heartbeat.
Now, once again, in these types of causes of sudden unexpected death, in each one that we just briefly described, in each one of the cases, the person who then experiences sudden death can be viewed in the moments, whether it be minutes or a few minutes or seconds, they can be viewed by someone observing them as still moving or at times even talking until death results, correct?
Correct.
Then there are neurological causes for sudden unexpected death, correct?
Sure.
And they are arrhythmia linked, am I right in saying that? They're linked to arrhythmias.
It can be.
And they're
An aneurysm isn't linked to an arrhythmia. And she doesn't have any. So while, yes, there are certain times where people pass and they really have genuinely not a clue as to what happened, generally, if there's an autopsy, they can get a general idea. What the hell? Why are we going into 90 shades of how the hell I did it instead of just asking your stupid defendant where the hell he put the pieces and parts? Again, do not piss off the jury when you are asking them to buy a fakakta cockamamie story. If you are asking the jury to put aside, levels of intelligence 2 times the standard deviation below, 100, then you better not insult their intelligence by giving out all of this ridiculous stuff. You better be above reproach on everything. And look, I don't speak for everyone, but this would piss me off. This is a waste of time. Your client knows where he hit her. And that would be, again, the jury doesn't know that. I'm more pissed off. It is a Monday. I'm sorry. It's only like 1 degree outside. It is too cold.
linked to hemorrhaging and stroke and things like that.
Sure.
And people can experience sudden unexpected death as a result of a neurological cause where they have, up to that point, not manifested any physical manifestation of illness, correct?
Correct.
Jedi Jess, I have to look that up right now, but I don't believe they were able to find the body. At least evidence has not been linked in that they've actually found the body, or if they found any pieces or parts, it hasn't been released in the media. But let me double
Once
check
again, moving
that.
on. There's pulmonary causes of sudden unexpected death, aren't there?
Yes.
And for instance, massive pulmonary embolism is the leading cause of sudden unexpected death in young adults, isn't it?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is one of those causes of death that can result from one of the triggers, including recent travel, right?
That's one of them, yes.
Hormonal therapy?
Yes.
Just moving on to two more examples, and we talked about it. There are also asphyxial causes of sudden and unexpected death, correct?
Correct.
Those asphyxial causes of sudden.
So it looks like he has admitted vaguely to putting parts of her in dumpsters, but as for a general or an actual location, at least one that's been released to the public, there hasn't been anything put out in any of the sort of media. I did ask ChatGPT, so there is nothing publicly available right now.
Unexpected death. Sometimes they're characterized as, they happen when someone is hanging or experiencing strangulation. Is that fair to say?
That is one cause of asphyxia, yes.
But asphyxia can be caused by a positional obstruction, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what a positional obstruction is in this context?
That would be something that either blocks your face so you can't breathe, or something that sometimes a car in a car accident will, or
It's very rare for adults. In fact, the only time, and I've been doing true crime for a long time, the only adult that I can really remember a specific case that died of positional asphyxia was George Torres, or Jorge Torres, in the Sarah Boone trial. Positional asphyxia is more, and sadly, for children, smaller babies that can't move, can't get themselves out of, certain positions. So it's not a common one for adults. I mean, now it can happen for like people with dementia or mobility issues, but it really is not a common. Autoerotic asphyxiation is probably more common than the positional asphyxiation in the normal, healthy population.
a better example, anything that, if you have a heavy weight on your torso, sometimes that keeps you from being able to expand your lungs. This kind of death is called positional asphyxia.
I see. And is it a result of, as part of the mechanism for this is hypoxia results?
That's what happens, yes.
And the hypoxia, could you tell the jury what hypoxia is?
Hypoxia is just lack of oxygen.
And I'm not going to say it right, but I'll try. Vagal reflex pathway, a cause for sudden unexpected death?
A vagal response. So a vagal response generally is like if you stand up too quickly or trigger the vagal nerve, you can pass out. It generally doesn't lead to death. Again, I'm not a doctorologist. I know just enough to play Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, only with a cuter Sully if we rewrite it. I'm just saying. Any hoozle. Yeah, it usually doesn't lead to death.
Sure. And that's also related to a form of asphyxia or compression stress?
It can be.
It can be. And can you just tell the jury briefly what the mechanism for that is?
A vagal, that usually causes a cardiac dysrhythmia as well.
Okay. And can that occur when there is some pressure on the vagal nerve?
Yes.
And where is the vagal nerve?
The vagus nerve is in the neck and upper portion of the chest.
So if something is putting...
Okay, is it just me or is the defense attorney making an argument that she was smothered to death? So if something was on top of her neck and face and like covering her and really heavy, would that also stop her from breathing? I mean, I'm genuinely asking in the chat. Doesn't it sound like he's making the case that she was smothered? Is this man a plant for the state?
Pressure on the neck of an individual that could result in this vagal reflex pathway or vaginal reflex issue that could result in sudden unexpected death.
Vagal, not vaginal. Do not say it. It is not. It is pronounced vagal. Dear Jesus in heaven.
Sure.
And that sudden unexpected death in that situation can occur, once again, in someone that simply has not manifested any physical problems to the observer.
Right. Until the pressure is put on their neck.
Okay.
Sure.
And Dr. Atkinson,
Is his defense going to be, we didn't have a safe word? I couldn't hear pineapple, pineapple, pineapple. Oh my God, is he using the defense that was used in Billy Madison by the Blob? He was supposed to press my leg if he ran out of air. You guys, y'all are watching this with me, and I am legitimately confused where we are going. I get where he's trying to go, sort of, possibly, but that almost seems like it's lending too much logic and reasoning to this particular set of questioning.
you know Dr. Mindy Hull, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And she is presently the chief medical examiner of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
I didn't say that right, but and you're familiar with the fact that she has in fact presented to your colleagues at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner on causations involving and resulting in sudden unexpected death, aren't you?
Yes.
And so this topic of sudden unexpected death, you can find it in the research and you can find it in the experience of trained and professional medical examiners like yourself.
Of course.
So just to conclude, we can all agree, isn't it, that sudden unexpected death is rare, correct? Maybe I'm overstating that. I'm sorry.
People die suddenly quite often, but depending on what parameters you're talking about, in a young person that has no medical history, yes, it's rare.
Okay. It's rare for someone without medical history. You see it more often in the forensic setting than, say, someone sees it in just a non-forensic setting. Is that fair to say? Because that's part of your job.
Yes.
And it occurs in individuals who otherwise have never manifested any medical problem.
It can.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right ahead.
Thank you.
Doctor, regarding the vagal reflex pathway and sudden unexpected deaths that result in that, how common is that in a healthy adult female with no medical history?
It depends on, definitely not common at all, but.
And in this case that you were working on, what evidence did you see of someone suffering from an injury to the vagal reflex pathway?
There was no evidence at all in this case of any type of death.
Okay.
Or at least there was no body to autopsy.
So that's kind of a follow-up question to that. There's no body to autopsy. What would you have looked at in the body if you were looking for, say, an issue with the vagal reflex?
Well, something like a cardiac channelopathy can't be diagnosed at autopsy, but it's a diagnosis of exclusion that we only ever would put on a death certificate because it's so rare. If we did a full autopsy that excluded injuries, that excluded toxicology as a possible cause of death, that excluded all the far more likely causes of natural death, like pulmonary embolism.
Yeah, so basically every case that he looks at starts out as a sudden unexpected death. And most of the time they do find, a reason or something mechanically wrong that it is so very rare. The defense is trying to push this sudden death syndrome, like they have a bunch of deaths every year that they don't know. No, what he's saying is they go out and they test everything else. And if a reasonably healthy person passes away, they can look at inclusions of diagnoses such as these, cardiac pathways, but they're not going to be distinguishable when a person's dead because, it requires monitoring of the electrical pulses.
Or heart disease. So without doing an autopsy to exclude all those things, a sudden arrhythmia disorder is at the very bottom of the list of possibilities.
What would you have looked at in a case to determine if someone died of hypoxia? In an autopsy, what would you have looked at?
That totally depends on what's causing the hypoxia. If it's a hanging or a strangulation, you would look for injuries of the neck, a ligature furrow on the neck. Other types of hypoxia would have other types of findings.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose a pulmonary embolism?
You can actually see the pulmonary embolism. It's a clot that usually comes from the leg veins and goes into the pulmonary arteries. And you can see that inside of the pulmonary arteries.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose some neurological cause of death?
Other than sometimes seizures that have no findings at autopsy, you could see bleeding. Is a subarachnoid hemorrhage from a burst aneurysm, for example.
And when you do an autopsy, how do you see the bleeding around the brainstem?
You can just see it with your eyes and take photographs of it.
You earlier described a cardiac tamponade. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was bleeding into the pericardial sac.
Yes.
Would that be painful?
It can be painful.
Now, with this
I mean, it doesn't sound like it would tickle.
matter, what access did you have to determine a manner of death regarding this case, which was 23, forgive me, I want to make sure I get your number right. Regarding case 230493, what did the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner have access to determine a cause of death?
We did not determine a cause or manner of death
And why didn't you determine the cause or manner of death?
because we had no body to autopsy.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed with you, does someone have to have a physical injury in order for these to come on?
No.
So these can occur without a physical injury.
Yes.
And when you've had access to autopsies to make these findings, have you ever seen a sudden unexpected death where there were no injuries?
Yes.
Moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, if that wasn't the mic drop moment, again, because while the defense can go all through this, what they are really asking the jury to do is say, okay, yeah, it's totally reasonable that you would hysterically dismember someone. And I think the state is good that they went and point out that, again, if she had had any one of these, different possible scenarios that happened, there would be no injuries on the body that would have pointed responsibility to Brian. So there would be no reason to conceal that she had passed. It would be a tragedy, but one that could be explained by, maybe a genetic thing or, an allergy. It's almost like, he has something to hide.
Doctor, you reviewed when you have access to a body for an autopsy, what do you get access to as far as medical records?
We investigate where the person might have ever gone for medical care, sometimes from family members that will tell us, and we request records from all of those places. If we don't know that information, we sometimes send out a blind request to a lot of hospitals in the area.
And with some of these sudden, unexpected deaths, do you also get access to statements of people who see the decedent right before they die?
Yes.
And so does that help you with the diagnosis?
Yes, it does.
And did you have any access to any statements regarding Ms. Walsh before she died?
No.
With these sudden, unexpected deaths that were reviewed through you, pulmonary, neurological, and the rest, how common are they with a healthy adult female?
How old is this?
39 years old?
They're very uncommon.
And on the effect of travel, there was some discussion of the effect of travel. And how would travel affect someone as far as a sudden unexpected death?
Generally, that refers to travel being a risk factor for pulmonary emboli or deep venous thrombosis, DVTs of the leg. And it usually occurs in very long flights where the person doesn't get up and move their legs.
How common is it in a flight, say, that's 90 minutes?
Less common than a longer flight.
Nothing further wrong.
Any recross?
If I heard you right, that sometimes sudden unexpected death that you looked at, there's no injury at all.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, you may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call Teresa Martinez.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I'm going to ask if you can pull the microphone closer to you because it will help keep your voice nice and loud. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Teresa Marchese, Marchese.
Where do you work, ma'am?
Washington, D.C.
For what company?
Tishman Speyer.
And what is your role at Tishman Speyer?
I'm a managing director in the Human Capital Management Group.
How long have you been with Tishman Speyer?
Over 20 years.
And what are your responsibilities as the director of the Human Capital Management Group?
A variety of areas. We focus on hiring, recruitment, benefits, employee relations, essentially the life cycle of your employment within the company.
Is this another way to say HR? Look, I've never been in an office. Can you imagine all of this in an office setting? There's a reason I never subjected anyone else to me trying to rein my crazy in an office. But is this just new corpo speak for HR?
And would this touch upon human resources?
Yes,
Now, what is Tishman Speyer's business?
primarily real estate.
I'd like to ask you some questions about Anna Walsh. Are you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes,
When did you first meet Anna Walsh?
when I interviewed her in November of 2021.
And what position were you interviewing her for?
She had applied for a role in Boston, regional general manager role there.
And was Ms. Walsh subsequently hired?
Yes,
For what role?
I hired her for a role in Washington, D.C.
And why did you hire her for a role in Washington, D.C.?
We had a role open for quite some time that we were looking for was someone who had a hospitality background, which Anna had, and I thought she would be better suited.
And when was she offered the job in Washington?
She started with us in February 2022 in Boston.
In Boston?
Yeah.
How long was she in Boston for before she transferred to Washington, D.C.?
I believe a month-ish.
Now, in your office space in Washington, and we'll try and let that pass. What's going on? In that office space in Washington, where was Ms. Walsh's desk in relation to yours?
We are in an open floor plan, and so there are 4 seats per quad, I guess. She was about 2 in front of me, I guess.
Now, when she moved to the D.C. area, did you learn where she moved to?
I did.
Where did she move to roughly?
Friendship Heights,
And what was her compensation when she joined Tishman Speyer?
$220,000 base.
And on top of the base, was there potential for a bonus?
Yes,
Now, did she receive any benefits as a result of becoming a member of Tishman Speyer?
yes.
What did she receive as far as life insurance?
2 times her annual salary.
And what company provided that policy?
We did. MetLife.
MetLife, thank you. Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would enter in the policy, the MetLife life insurance policy for Anna Walsh as a stipulated to exhibit.
All right, we're marking it as 190, the MetLife policy for Anna Walsh. Now in evidence.
How much was the life insurance policy for?
2 times her annual base salary.
And are you familiar with who the beneficiaries were of the policy?
Yes.
Who are the beneficiaries?
Her husband and her 3 children.
Now, what were her responsibilities in working at the Washington, D.C. office for Tishman Speyer?
She was hired as a co-head of the property management group.
Okay. And so did she have specific properties she had to manage in D.C.?
She spent most of her time with us at the crossing, but her job was not just that building.
Okay. What other buildings did she have to manage?
Essentially, she had oversight to an extent. She shared it with her counterpart for all of our assets. So there were, honestly, I can't remember at the time how many we have. We're probably 5, 6 now.
Okay. Was there a building called the Mazza Gallery or Galleria?
So Mazza was a development site
Yes.
that we had. It was formerly a mall. Tishman Speyer purchased it under the grounds that we would redevelop, turn it into apartments and some retail.
And did she have any interplay? Did she have any responsibilities over that project?
Yes,
And you had earlier stated the crossing as well?
correct.
What type of building was the crossing?
The crossing was a residential apartment building.
Now, in 2022, did the Tishman Speyer offices in D.C. close for the New Year's holiday?
Yes. So New Year's, our holiday schedule rotates.
Okay.
But I believe New Year's Eve that year we were closed, or it was a floating holiday.
Okay.
And then New Year's Day we're closed.
Okay. And now, when was it the first day that people returned back to the Washington, D.C. offices, if you know?
January 3rd.
January 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, while you worked with Ms. Walshe, was there any problems with her as far as her employment?
No,
Were there any safety concerns for her as far as her employment?
no,
Did she require any physical accommodations while she was employed with you?
no.
When was the last time you saw Anna Walshe?
It was December. It was the 15th, perhaps. We had a women's event in the office.
And at this event in December, I take it was 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what was her demeanor like at this event?
Normal, happy, social.
And did you see any injuries on Ms. Walshe when you were with her that night or that day at the women's event?
No.
Now, when did you first learn that Anna Walshe was missing?
January 4th.
And how were you alerted that Ms. Walshe was missing?
A coworker came over to let me know that her husband had called the crossing team looking for her.
So with this information, what did you do to try and with this information, what did you decide to do?
I said, I'll reach out to him. Do you have a phone number?
Okay. And what was the name of the person you tried to reach out to?
Brian Walsh.
Now, where did you go to try and reach out to him? Did you call him from your office?
I called him from my cell phone.
Okay. Did anyone go? Did you have anyone with you when you called him?
Yes.
Who was with you when you called him?
The first time I called, Jeff Todd was with me.
Who is Jeff Chod?
At the time, he was the head of our Washington, D.C. office.
And you said you called from your cell phone. About what time did you call Mr. Walsh that morning, January 4th?
Between 10 and 11?
Okay. And did you connect with him?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you about that conversation. What did he tell you in that conversation about Anna Walshe being missing?
So I called, I introduced myself, I let him know who I was. And I just said how, I understand you're looking for Anna, like how can we help?
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He said, so I talked to him multiple times that day.
Certainly.
So I believe in our first conversation, he stated he hasn't seen Anna since the 1st for New Year's Day. And he was looking for her and wanted to see if any of us had heard from her. And he specifically said, we have only gone 24 hours or more without seeing each other once. And the last time she was, I'm paraphrasing, but annoyed with me for, looking for her too soon.
Okay.
Essentially.
Now, he said he was looking for her. Did he say why he was looking for her in Washington?
Yes. He had said that there was a building emergency that she was called back for.
Were there any building emergencies in Washington, D.C. for the properties that Anna was managing at this point in time in January of 2023?
January of 2020, that date?
Well, between January 1st and January 4th of 2023.
I can confirm on January 1st, there was not.
Okay.
I'm not sure about
All right.
second, third, fourth.
So, but there were no emergencies on January 1st.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're having this conversation with him. Do you offer to do anything during this conversation to help?
Yes.
What did you offer?
I had stated, Anna had shared with me where she lives, and it's not too far from my home. I'm happy to go by and just check to make sure she hasn't fallen.
Now, what was his demeanor like during this first conversation?
He was polite and calm and nice.
And how long was the conversation?
A few minutes.
And after the conversation was over and you had made this offer, what did you do?
A coworker, the one who originally told me about the phone call from the crossing team, offered to drive up with me to the house. And so we did that.
During the conversation with Mr. Walsh, this first one, did you ask him anything about Anna's mental health?
I did.
And what did you ask?
I asked if she had any mental health issues.
And what did he say?
He said, no, we just had a lovely holiday, New Year's with friends.
So I take it at this point in time, you and the coworker went to Anna's home.
Correct.
And about what time do you think you got to Anna's home?
Between 10:30 and 11:30?
Okay. And again, it's your memory
Yeah.
that's controlling. So now, when you got to Ms. Walsh's home, what did it look like from the outside? What observations did you make?
Sure. It's a townhome.
Yes.
And so there were steps up to the front entrance. And so if you walk up the steps and you look on the left-hand side, there was an espresso box that was out, and it was wet.
Okay. So there was a wet Nespresso box, and had it rained recently? What's this?
Yeah,
What
so-
would have affected? What was the issue of the wet Nespresso box?
On Monday and Tuesday, it had rained, but on Wednesday, it had not. So that led me to believe Anna had not been out of her home.
Okay. So,
day or before.
and I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you see this. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh at this point in time?
Yes. So I notified him about the box. I saw a Google camera, like a doorbell camera or just a camera. And I asked him if he had access to it to check the records.
Did he have any access to it?
He said, Anna is the tech one in the family. He does not handle that stuff.
And did you ask him about how to try and get inside the house?
So I remember, I believe I turned the doorknob and I told him it was locked. And I looked in the window because there's a glass panel.
Yes.
And just to see if it looked like anything was broken into, and it didn't. The house was pretty immaculate.
Okay.
And so I walked down the steps and there was a garage there. And he said, I have the garage code if you can check.
So were you able to get into the garage with the code?
Yes.
What did the garage look like?
The garage was pretty clean as well. There were a few boxes and a painting.
And was there a car in there at this point?
No.
Besides the boxes, did you see anything as far as seats or anything like that?
Yeah, so I saw either a car seat or a stroller. I don't remember right now.
And now, inside the garage, besides these objects, did you see anything out of order, anything broken or anything like that?
No.
And was there anybody in the garage when you got there?
Was there anyone in the garage?
Yeah, is there any
No.
person in the garage?
No.
And now we're going to compete with the heat. So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up. All right. So were you able to get inside the house?
No.
Okay. Why couldn't you get inside the house from the garage?
I just turned the doorknob to see if that was unlocked, and it was in fact locked.
So now you can't get inside the house. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, how are you calling him?
My cell phone?
Okay. And so now I want to ask you about the third conversation.
Okay.
When did this occur?
Either at my home, I believe was the third conversation.
Okay.
And thanks, Tammy. Good to know for everyone. It looks like, if you're in the Midwest or anywhere in America right now, I suggest Ryan Hall, but definitely have some supplies if you're in anywhere that typically gets snowstorms, because that's going to be odd. And good luck, Jen, the couch fairy. I hope that you get a good case and no kid case. I remember that was my biggest fear in getting jury duty. I didn't mind if I had to do a long case or anything like that, but I prayed harder than I generally pray that I wasn't going to get a nasty kid case, because it's hard enough to cover on YouTube when they blur out the pictures. To be the one that has to look at the pictures, no.
And so what happened what happened between not getting into the house to the third conversation?
So on my way up to the house, I had spoken with our global head of security,
Yes. Who's that?
Hugh Dunleavy.
Okay. I'm going to ask you not to tell us what you and Mr. Dunleavy talked about, but that you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
Correct.
Okay. After the conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, what did you do?
I conferenced him into our call with Brian.
Okay. So now I want to ask you about that call. So did you conferenced Mr. Dunleavy into a call with Brian?
Correct.
So you'd already called Brian before getting Mr. Dunleavy on the call?
Yeah, I believe that was the second call, though.
Okay, the second call. So let me ask you about that second call, because I might have jumped ahead. With this conversation with Mr. Walsh, what was his demeanor like in the second conversation
So when Hugh joined,
prior to Mr. Dunleavy joining?
he was polite and calm and nice.
And what did you tell Mr. Walsh about bringing Mr. Dunleavy into this conversation?
I had said, Hugh is ex-Secret Service, and you'll be in great hands.
And what was his demeanor like at that point in time in the conversation?
He sounded like he was crying and said he needed a minute, and, very abruptly returned and said, okay.
And so at this point, after that moment, what did you do as far as trying to conference in Mr. Dunleavy?
He was on the phone.
Okay. And so when Mr. Walsh was upset, was Mr. Dunleavy already on the call, or was it before he was on the call?
It was when he was on the call.
Okay. So that's when Mr. Walsh became upset, just so I have the timeline right?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened after Mr. Walsh composed himself in the conversation?
I believe Hugh and I started to ask him a series of questions.
Okay. Did you ask him anything about on his car?
Yes.
What did he tell you about on his car?
We asked the make and the model and the color. He told us it was a gray Volkswagen Taos. We asked about the license plate. He did not know the license plate number. We asked if she had an easy pass. I don't recall what he said.
Did you ask him anything about the house itself?
I did. We asked him if he was on the deed or the mortgage, and if we call the police, if he would be able to grant permission to let someone in. And I believe he said he didn't know if he was on. He did not know if he was on the deed, but believed Anna was on the mortgage, I think.
Okay. And so did you ask him anything about how Anna traveled to DC?
I did.
What did he say?
So I had asked him myself without Hugh on our first conversation.
Yes.
When he told me that she had to leave for an emergency, and he told him she was flying to DC. And I had said on American, and he said American or JetBlue. I'm not sure which one.
During this conversation with you, Mr. Dunleavy and Mr. Walsh, what did you ask him about calling hospitals?
So back to the second conversation, Hugh and I again asked him how Anna typically came to DC.
Yes.
And at that point, he said he didn't know if she drove, train, car, flew. And I believe he said he thought she flew. Then, proceeding to ask questions, we asked if he has called any hospitals. And I let him know that I had asked someone in our DC office to call the local hospitals in DC. And she had called Sibley, Suburban, and GW, George Washington. And Anna was not there, and recommended he do the same in Boston.
And what did Mr. Dunleavy say to him? What was What was the conversation of calling the police?
Towards the end of the conversation, when we were going through what friends he may have reached out to, suggesting to call hospitals, Hugh had stated to hang up and call the police immediately.
And now, when was the next conversation with Mr. Walsh? Was this at your home?
Correct.
Okay. So this conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, this is part of conversation 2.
Correct.
Okay. So where did conversation 3 take place for you?
My dining room table.
Why did you go to your dining room table from the Walsh residence?
Sure. So after we hung up, I actually went to Starbucks first and called Hugh to say, should I?
I'm not going to ask you what you said with Mr. Dunleavy. I apologize.
Right.
But what I want to ask is more or less like your movements and where you went. So you went to Starbucks and you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after having your conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, where did you go next?
My home.
Okay. Did anyone go with you to your home?
My coworker that drove me.
Okay. So then you're at your home. How long are you at home before you have your third conversation with Mr. Walsh?
So it was close to 1 p.m.
Okay. And what was the subject of this conversation? Can you tell us about it?
Yes. I can't recall. I know I spoke 4 times to him. I can't recall 3 or 4 if I called him or he called me, or if Hugh had asked me to call him.
Did he mention anything about filing a police report?
Yes.
What did he say?
So Brian called me to let me know that he had just hung up with the police and they were filing a police report.
And did he say anything about calling on his friends or acquaintances?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned he called someone named Alyssa and someone named Amdullah or Abdullah.
Okay. What was his demeanor like in this phone call?
Polite, calm, the same.
The same. What did he mention about private investigators?
At the end of the conversation, he had said his mother wanted to hire a private investigator.
Overruled.
Okay. And then, now, did you have a fourth phone call with him?
I did.
And about what time do you think the fourth phone call was?
I don't recall.
That's okay. And do you have any memory of the fourth phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What's your memory of the fourth phone call?
Give me a second.
It's okay.
At some point, I know was to text him Hugh's phone number.
Okay.
I know we were talking about the hospitals, friends, private investigator. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if the private investigator was on the fourth call or the third, so we might have blended. Yeah.
Understandable. It's been 3 years. Now, ma'am, in addition to having phone calls, did you have any other ways of communicating with the person you thought to be Brian Walsh that day?
There were text messages.
There were text messages. Your Honor, may I approach with Exhibit 163?
You may.
Ma'am, can you take a look at Exhibit 163? It's 2 pages. It's front and back.
Okay. No.
Do those appear to be your text messages between you and the number that you thought to be Brian Walsh's?
Yes.
If you could just say that into the microphone.
Yes.
So, when you were texting him, and he was texting you, there was a reference to, in the last text, are there Tishman's fire personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks. Did you respond to that text?
I did not.
So that was the last communication.
Tammy, this is a woman who worked with Anna down in Washington, D.C., and she was basically kind of the Brian's liaison to the office. So he had called and left a message that Anna, was nowhere to be found. Since she's head of whatever new fancy name Human Resources is, she kind of, decided to coordinate the effort down in DC for Brian. So she had multiple conversations with him on the phone. The first one, she said that she could go over to the house since she knew where it was and it was close to her home. She kind of called him, let him know about a Nespresso machine, a coffee machine that had been delivered and seemed to have been outside for the last 3 days due to being damp. And then she called him back after she went into the garage using the code that he gave. After testing the front door, she was not able to get into the garage. So that's kind of where we are. This is still direct, but this is a woman who used to work with Anna and kind of coordinated all of this. And probably the next witness is going to be the gentleman Hugh Dunleavy, the head of security for the company where Anna used to work, Tishman Spire, sorry. So that's what we're looking at. That's where we are right now. So she has been given sort of impressions of how Brian did appear. Now she does, she is very honest that, this was several years ago. So she remembers, some things, but not everything that happened that day. So I think she's been, for the most part, believable, but she has been, very transparent that, sometimes she doesn't know if something happened in the third or fourth, call, or, when he might have mentioned certain things, which exact sequence of calls, he might have mentioned things at. Now, she did remember that Brian, appeared to be calm and polite and only seemed to cry or get emotionally kind of upset right when Hugh Dunleavy, the head of security, came on the phone. After that, she did seem to make note of it, but I don't know if that's more hindsight now or what she presently thought was weird at the time.
You had with Mr. Walsh.
Correct.
She took Brian Walsh's last name. I think I cannot remember what her maiden name is.
Now,
it's my job. I got
were there any further phone calls after that?
After the January 5th text message? No.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So there's no further communication with Mr. Walsh after the January 5th text message?
Correct.
Had you ever talked to Anna Walsh about having her children in DC?
Yes.
What did she tell you about having her children in DC?
We talked a few times about it. I'd say the first time was when she was, taking the offer and moving. We would talk about different areas and schools. And she had said that she would probably bring them down. I think the first time was in the summer, which made sense when they get out of school.
And was there a subsequent conversation about the children coming down after the summer?
Yeah, so I believe in the summer or at an event, we had chatted, and she had mentioned to me that they'd be coming down in September.
And were there any further conversations after September about the children moving down to DC?
No.
Okay. Now, after seeing Anna Walsh at the women's event for Tishman Spire in December, have you seen Anna Walsh since?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam?
Please let it be the lady. Please let it be the lady. Please let it be the lady.
Morning.
Morning.
Damn it. Get ready for 90-12 questions of what she did in January of 1999 and whether she, Prince told us to, was partying. Oh, giblets.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what you do, Tishman Spire is in human resources.
Yes.
And what was the title you told the jury again?
Managing director.
Why are you afraid of the mic? I know, you know what? I would rather hear your dumbass questions than have to strain to hear your dumbass questions. Giblets. Sorry, you guys. I don't try to bring, But this man is testing the quite literally, and I don't mean that figuratively, but the tiny bit of Jesus left in my soul. He is testing all of it. And I don't think he should bank on, that being a good thing or having a good outcome.
Managing Director.
Attorney Tipton, can I ask you to speak up?
Oh, hell no. This jackass butt monkey doofus butthole did not say, speak up as thug judge. Thank you, Judge. We're going to go back a Nate so we can see her lay the smack down.
Managing Director. Managing Director.
Attorney Tipton, can I ask you to speak up?
I apologize, Judge. And as part of your role as the Managing Director of Human Resources, you are responsible for, or your office is for keeping track of sick days and things like that of your employees.
We have systems that we use to keep track of days for our employees.
And one of the items of information that you provided to investigators in this case was Anna Walsh's information regarding 6 days she had taken, correct?
A document I provided? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
And that document only goes up to December 7th, doesn't it? It doesn't extend into the full month of December, does it?
I don't recall.
And do you recall that that Anna Walsh took sick days beginning sometime in December 1st, and her reason for it was attending to her mother's surgery? Do you remember that?
I do not recall if they were sick days or vacation days.
Okay. In any event, did she ever inform you that she was going to go to Dublin?
No.
And so, as far as you know, in all the records you have regarding Anna Walsh, there's nothing to indicate that she ever went to Dublin. As far as you sit here today.
No, generally if you take vacation days, your company doesn't require you to bring your passport back. Has this man ever functionally worked beyond the law? Does he think you need to show like your passport and postcards to get vacation days?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned the crossing a few times in your testimony. Can you just tell the jury once again, what is the crossing when you refer to that?
The Crossing is a residential apartment building that we own in Washington, D.C.
And how many units does it have? Approximately.
800?
Okay. And is it fair to say that the crossing is considered to be pretty much kind of a high-end residence in the D.C. area?
Okay, Jedi Jess, is there a point at which this judge can say, could you stay on the topic we're here for, not, 27 questions about how we could possibly die like David Carradine or anyone on Epstein Island allegedly in Minecraft, or what Zillow building she represents? Giblets.
Standard, modern apartment building with amenities and a pool, rooftop pool. If that is high end, yes.
Okay. All right. And it's fair to say that if I heard you right, that were your offices at the crossing?
No.
But you mentioned that you were at the crossing at various times.
I did not mention that I was at the crossing various times.
Then I misunderstood you.
I have been to the crossing. Yes.
Okay. And as part of your role as human resource and the managing director, you would be aware of the fact that if there were in fact problems at various buildings, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Are you aware, if I may, Judge?
The power of Hank compels you. The power of Hank compels you. Where the hell are you going in this argument? Look, I don't like Hank Brennan. I don't appreciate many of the arguments he made, but he did make cogent, if annoying and aggravating arguments. God, doggone. Thank you for being a member for 14 months. I don't always make it, but I enjoy your channel. Well, thank you so much, Dory, and I'm glad to make something that you guys have fun with. I have just about as much fun, although this man is getting on every single last bit of my nerves.
When it comes to human resources, is it fair to say that if there's a problem with an employee's performance, human resources would hear about it and deal with it.
Correct.
And if, for instance, the tenants of a particular property that was managed by Tishman Speyer were complaining about something at the properties, and they were complaining about some of the management that was occurring at the properties, you'd hear about it, and you would be involved in trying to deal with whatever problem was being reported.
Human resources team would be involved. Me specifically, not a guarantee.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. You're aware of the fact that on or around October of 2022, there was a Legionnaire health issue that was raised by the Department of Health for the District of Columbia at the crossing.
I had heard that there was an issue with Legionnaires.
Okay, and in fact, eventually at the crossing, on or around October, November, and leading into December of 2022, the Department of Health of DC required that notices be placed at the crossing informing.
Okay, I almost see where he's going. So Anna drank the water at Legionnaire building. She came home, suddenly died of Legionnaire disease. And Brian, if he'd only known that she had Legionnaires and it could have been found by an autopsy, he wouldn't have chopped her up. But he didn't know about Legionnaire's disease until he used Google.
The tenants that there had been 2 cases of Legionnaire's disease associated with the crossing.
What's the question?
You're aware of that, aren't you?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Anna Walshe was dealing with the Department of Health of DC, dealing with this Legionnaire's issue that had been detected?
All right, y'all, I am making y'all this solemn vow. We will turn this trial off and watch just cop chase videos if he brings in mesothelioma, because I feel like this mother effer is going to bring up asbestos next. So if we do bring, mesothelioma into this, I'm out, y'all. I'm out. We will wait till verdict time because I'm out.
At the crossing.
I am aware that as part of Anna's role, she would interact if this were an issue. I do not specifically know if she emailed, if she spoke to someone, if others were involved. Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Tipton, you are as useless as tits on a bowl.
Okay.
Actually, wait a minute. I have the power. This is going to get me in trouble. Doop. Doop. Doot. Now he needs the cute little cow ear. And doot. And doot. And a septum ring, because why not? And now he is actually doing functionally more for humanity by laughter than he's done in this trial. I am terrible. I'm going straight to hell.
I'm just asking for you to look at it and tell us if you've ever seen that before.
So you don't want me to read it out loud, but I can read it to myself.
Yes.
Okay.
For you to show. Do not read it.
Okay. Is there something you want me to look for?
I'm going to ask you if you've had time to review.
Oh, bless her heart. Sweetheart, I want to honestly reach out and say we know where he's going. Like those of us who have watched trials for damn near half a decade, or even defense diaries has any idea what's going on. But even real defense attorneys have not a fig Newton's clue in hell what's going on. Because I'm wondering where in the world and Carmen Sandiego is your case?
Do it.
I mean,
And I'm not going to ask you details. I'm just going to ask you one simple question.
sure.
Have you ever seen that letter?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You could have, but you might not remember.
Correct? Yeah.
And then are you aware that that is posted on, yes or no, posted on the Tishman Speyer website?
No.
Are you aware of the fact and I'm just going to approach friendly. Are you aware of any tenant association meetings where they complained about the performance of Anna Walsh in conjunction with the information in that letter?
I am aware that there were tenant association meetings. I am not aware that they complained specifically about Anna.
Okay. You are aware, though, if I'm understanding your answer, that the tenants were complaining. You're just not sure if they were complaining about Anna Walsh.
Okay, so now the tenants who were infected with Legionnaire's disease decided to take Anna out, but realized that there could be implications if they were charged with this. So they framed Brian by getting into his Google Drive and oh my God.
There were quite a few complaints
Okay.
from the tenants for a variety of issues,
Okay. Dealing with the management of the crossing location.
various things that happened at crossing.
And does that include? Does that include an issue that arose around the middle part of 2022, where the FBI became involved in the arrest of 2 residents living at the crossing?
What is the question?
See counsel at the side of the bench.
Anders, yes, she was having an affair. Now, the affair partner did testify for the state. Yeah, dude, it's going fan-fucking-tastic for you. You did a great job. Your lawyer's doing great. Do you feel like a jackass yet? Maybe you want to confess now? Maybe not put the rest of the world and your children through this? Sorry. But he did testify. Now, to me, he didn't come off as incredibly helpful to either the state or the defense. He definitely did alter some of the text messages that he gave the state and admitted to that on cross. And I do think that the jury is going to have to decide for themselves how much of what he said they, trust. Because to me, he didn't come off as trustworthy because he did redact a lot of his things that he labeled as embarrassing. I still contend speculation wise, my hat of speculation, they were dong pics, but we won't ever know because he gave a doctored list. So if I were on the jury, I don't think I would put a lot of stock into anything he said, but I'm not the jury member. So maybe they are using different criteria.
So just yes or no if you can. Are you aware of the FBI becoming involved, and without going into details about it, the FBI being involved in some arrest of 2 individuals who lived at the crossing?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, that occurred when Anna Walsh was assigned to manage the crossing.
It occurred in April. I do not remember if Anna was physically there when it happened or if she came within a week or 2 of that, but she.
I think both would have to involve the addition of Google eyes to make it not horrifying. So I'm going to go with neither. Though I am planning a calendar.
Was working on that situation with us. Okay. Yes.
Now, there are certain benefits, employee benefits, that Tishman Meyer Spire provides to his employees, correct?
Correct.
And we already know that you provided life insurance at 2 times their base salary, correct?
Correct.
And the beneficiary on this particular policy involved Mr. Walsh and the 3 boys, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's other benefits that accrue to the employees, like Anna Walsh, and it's health benefits, correct? Health insurance?
Correct.
And in fact, isn't it true that Tishman Spire also offers to some of its employees a discounted rental rate at some of your properties if they choose to live there? They get a little bit of a discount.
Not 100% accurate.
Okay, tell us what, you explain it.
They're at the crossing, and perhaps, actually, I don't know all of the city's rules. At the crossing, yes, there was a discount provided to 2 employees, I believe.
Okay, so
Oh, great. You get a discount on Legionnaire building. I mean, corporate America isn't cutthroat, y'all. They care for you. Would you like a discount on a, rate for Legionnaire building?
a discount provided if they chose to reside at the crossing.
Correct.
Okay. And there's also, with regards to benefits, and in your capacity as the managing director of human resource, that in fact you have to kind of set forth what you want as benefits for the next year, so to speak, and that usually occurs around November of the preceding year. Is that fair to say?
Open enrollment?
Open enrollment.
Yes.
Holy Jesus God. Is he going to say that she enrolled for healthcare in November? Therefore, what? Good God.
Okay. And your policies state that if there is a qualifying change in status, then some of the things like the benefits that your employees receive, like life insurance or anything, something like that, that they can then change some of their benefits. For instance, they could change their beneficiary, they could change their health insurance, who gets health insurance, correct? They can change it.
You're referring to during open enrollment?
I'm actually, yes, well, let's start with that. In open enrollment, yes, I'm asking you that.
Okay. During open enrollment, you can
Oh my God, where are we going with this?
make changes to your medical, dental, vision plan. Life insurance and long-term disability are typically, long-term disability is a one-time deal, typically, when you are hired. There are occasions on certain years where we may work with the carriers to allow employees to have another open enrollment opportunity. I do not recall if that happened on his tenure with us. Life insurance is given to everyone upon hire. There is an opportunity to purchase supplemental life insurance. That is typically upon hire. And then there are some, similarly, we may do an open enrollment for it.
I think the state is reading the jury, and my guess is that the jury are giving him faces like, what is he doing? How does this link to anything? Also, Sun Tzu always said, never interrupt your enemy when they're making bad choices. Yeah.
And depending on your election amount, it may be automatic, or you may be required to do additional questionnaire. And then there are other benefits such as transit or different things along those lines as well.
Okay. Now, aside from open enrollment, in that particular area, if someone needs to change something later on, they could only change it if there was a qualifying change in status event. Correct?
Qualifying life event.
Okay. And one of those events includes divorce.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Anna Walsh never brought up, raised, discussed with Human Resources anything about what would happen if she got a divorce or anything of the sort.
Correct.
Sustained as to form.
All those dumbass questions to get to that. We could have X'd out open enrollment, disability, family leave, bunker, redevelopment days. What the hell? Giblets. Take a deep breath. Remember that husband got me the most amazing Christmas thing ever. A Christmas pickle. Okay. Just hug the Christmas pickle and everything will be okay. And honestly, this isn't the most insane thing that has been said on this trial today.
To the best of your knowledge, Anna Walsh never came to Human Resources and discussed anything with regards to a divorce and her benefits that she received from Spire. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that Anna Walsh worked long hours.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
At times, we're not hourly, not everybody is hourly employees. Anna was not an hourly employee. At times, she could stay late or come early.
All right. And she would just be required to manage those properties. And sometimes she had to work long hours, I suppose, to manage those properties and deal with the problems with the properties.
She had a team on site to support. but there are occasions where I'm sure she stayed later or came early.
You know what would be, it would be really interesting if she had died at her office, or I'm sorry, got dismembered at her office. These would all be really, really interesting points. But since we're pretty sure that she died in her home, on the carpet from the Walshe house, could we please stick to Massachusetts? Holy God.
Was the first time you ever had a conversation that you recall with Mr. Brian Walshe, was that on January 4th?
Yes,
You had never talked to him before?
correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, Brian Walshe had never called Human Resources and asked about what benefits he had or to ask to change the benefits that Anna Walshe had, did he?
Correct.
You mentioned the name of Jeff Chod. I probably said that last name wrong.
Chad,
Okay. What is his role at Tishman Speyer?
he is no longer with the company.
What was his role in 2022?
He was the head of our Washington, D.C. region.
And did he, in fact, work with or supervise Anna Walshe?
Yes,
And would he be somebody that somebody might contact if they wanted to get in touch with Anna Walshe?
not necessarily.
But that would be somebody that worked with her and supervised her, correct?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, do you know if Brian Walshe ever reached out and tried to contact Jeff Chod?
I do not know.
To the best of your knowledge, let me ask it a different way.
How about you just ask it in any
Was
way?
Human Resources and your team, were they also involved in assessing some employees' performance so they would be entitled to?
She is like, look at those eyes. Every time he says human resources, she's like, bitch, I am part of human capital development, you jackass. I mean, she was smiling, but he keeps saying HR, and she's like, I'm going to write a strongly worded letter. Oh, no, I don't need to print that. I am a professional. I promise, sort of. Sometimes.
Receive a bonus based on their performance?
You're asking if the HR team determines bonuses.
Well, let's ask it that way then. You can answer that yes or no.
The HR team is part of the process.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fair. And it's a better way of putting it. So let me ask you this. So Human Resources would be a process to evaluate someone's performance to make a determination of whether they got a bonus during a year.
Yes, there's a formal process.
And so complaints about poor performance would have a negative impact or a possible negative impact on someone receiving a bonus.
It could.
It could. And it depends on what the complaint was and what everybody on this team considered and discussed, correct?
Everybody on the HR team
Yes.
considered and discussed. It's a very broad statement. So are we focused on Anna or just our company?
Your company policy in general. I'm not focused on that right now.
Okay. Then what was the question again?
That there's a team put together at Tishman Speyer, and part of their role is to evaluate whether someone's performance warrants them getting a bonus in salary for a particular pay period.
There are multiple people involved. Yes.
And so they evaluate the performance.
Compensation.
Okay. And Anna Walshe, being an employee, would also have her performance evaluated to determine if she would receive a bonus.
Yes.
Can I just have a second?
Yes.
What did we achieve?
Any redirect?
Brief, Your Honor. The Friday after Thanksgiving, is that a holiday for Tishman Speyer?
It is a floating holiday, which means typically the corporate office is closed and those employees are not required to work. But there are people in property management and some hourly roles that may be required pending the building leases, essentially.
Could Anna observe that as a floating holiday?
Say that again?
Could Anna Walsh observe the Friday after Thanksgiving as a floating holiday?
She could. Yeah.
Do you know if Anna Walsh received bonuses as a result of her compensation at Tishman Speyer?
She did.
And what type of employee was Anna Walsh?
Thank you.
She received, she was a good employee. She was on time or early.
Okay.
She,
And these various complaints from the crossing, did that have any impact on Anna's compensation?
from the tenants at the crossing?
Yes.
No.
What about the FBI raid that occurred within weeks of her starting? Did that have any effects on her? Or her perception as a good employee at Tishman Speyer?
Anna had nothing to do with that FBI raid.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Time feels like it's going backwards. We have just wasted so much time doing
Almost my
nothing.
calls next. Oh, 103. Head out for your morning break. Be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise in court, please. Close your notebooks.
Okay, it looks like it's just a break and they don't talk about anything, so we are going to skip right ahead. It's kind of the method to my madness of starting a little later is that we can just fast forward through the ceiling fan because honestly, I am too ADHD to deal with the ceiling fan.
You may be seated.
Your Honor, may we go aside?
Yes?
Ooh, sidebar, 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 sidebar. Hopefully it's the state saying, look, you're making it too obvious you're working for us, defense. He does seem to be more with it today than out of it.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
And Grill Richie just got home from work. Have I missed much? You did miss the medical examiner did talk. The cross was basically a million and 10 ways to die. And gee, wouldn't it be awesome if we could have had a body to test this? The next person that came on was the manager or HR, but they used some kind of corpo speak person for where Anna worked, and just kind of going over when Brian alerted them that she was missing and kind of what she did. And again, from the defense was 90 million questions that made no sense. So you haven't missed a whole lot. We just fast forward to where they're coming back from the morning break. So let's buckle in and see, who comes on next.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, could you state your name for the record?
My name is Davis Gould, spelled Davis, last name Gould.
And you previously testified in this matter, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. First question I want to ask you, sir, is
Okay, so he has testified before. I was like, I've seen him. It does look like they did spread out his testimony. So we saw this happen in another trial, very famous Daryl Brooks. If you remember that trial, the lead investigator would kind of come to the stand and testify at different time periods or different days and different times in the trial to kind of marry everything together. I believe that this particular crime scene analyst has certifications in DNA and I want to say trace, but I'm sure he will go ahead and remind us.
During your testimony, you stated you went to what crime lab to put the evidence into the LIMS system?
I stated I went to the Danvers State Police Crime Laboratory,
And subsequently, you had the opportunity to reflect on that. What crime lab did you go to?
the Sudbury location.
Why did you initially think you went to Danvers?
The Danvers location is closest to Peabody. That's the lab I typically respond to after I go to scenes. Sudbury houses larger evidence storage and drying cabinets, so upon reflection, I went to that location in order to submit the quantity of evidence I had for drying.
So speaking of that, I want to ask you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm putting a piece of parchment paper on the witness bench, and I'm showing you what was marked as Exhibit 131. I'm going to ask you to put on some gloves. Sir, can you state what Exhibit 131 says on the exterior of the bag?
Yes, it says black jacket with pair of black socks and bracelet from bag number 1.
All right. Now, when you were in court the other day and testifying, you didn't pull the black jacket out upon my request. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. Now, that bag, can you open it up and pull out the black jacket?
Yes.
Besides the jacket, sir, which you placed in the bag, is there anything else in the bag?
No.
Okay. You can put the jacket back in the bag. I'm going to grab Exhibit 131 back for you. I'm going to put that over by the reference. What was done with Exhibit 131, sir?
This item was placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry at the Sudbury Crime Laboratory.
What about the socks and the bracelet?
Those were also placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry.
What was done with the socks and the bracelet that were originally in the bag with the jacket?
After a period of a few days, in order for the items to dry, the evidence control unit repackaged those items that were now dry into their own individual brown paper bags.
All right, I'm showing you now, sir, what was marked as Exhibit 134, brown paper bag containing bracelet. Can you look inside that, sir?
Yes.
Is there a bracelet inside that?
Yes, there is.
Now, what did you do to confirm that that was the bracelet that was from the jacket pocket of Exhibit 131?
The chain of custody in our laboratory information management system, the LIMS program, shows the history of the item going into the drying cabinet and then being taken out after drying several days later and packaged into its individual brown paper bag by the evidence control unit.
And is that a protocol of what happens to an item once it's placed in a drying cabinet?
Correct. That's standard lab policy to then separate the individual items after they're dry.
And did you do anything as far as looking at additional photographs to confirm?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
I looked at the lab photographs from the bench analysis that was done on the large bag labeled black jacket, socks, and bracelet, and the only item at the time of analysis was the black jacket inside of the bag.
And I'm handing you another brown paper bag, and I'm going to ask you to recognize the item inside.
Yes, I do.
Were those the black socks found by the black jacket that were put into the initial bag you packaged in Peabody that night?
Yes, they are.
And what were done with those socks?
Those socks were also placed into a drying cabinet, just like the other two items.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the black socks.
I believe it's simply a way that the state classifies themselves. I believe Virginia is also considered a Commonwealth. It typically is. It's more typically states that are within like the first original 13 colonies that tend to maybe classify themselves as commonwealths, but it's interchangeable with state. It just is a different way that they categorize. Now, it's been a long time since I was in social studies or civics, but I think it's just a different sort of way that they categorize themselves. Except Kentucky, you're right. Kentucky's a commonwealth. I'm guessing it has something to do with individual state rights, but I will have to look that up.
Socks, large, is the next exhibit drawing.
Any objection? Black socks are now in evidence as Exhibit 191. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Hugh Dunleavy.
Now, I will actually be very interested in this gentleman's take and his observations of Brian Walsh's demeanor. Now, it could be, a reliance on authority, but if this gentleman worked as a Secret Service agent for a long time in law enforcement, and he, remarks on observations that he had in the conversation with Brian Walsh, I will be interested to see how he characterizes things that he remembers.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please seated.
So I just have fun, sir.
Yes, you can. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Hugh, middle initial G, Dunleavy, Dunleavy.
And where were you working in January of 2023?
Tishman Spire.
And what was your title at Tishman Spire?
I'm the Chief Security Officer at Tishman Spire.
And what is your current title?
Chief Security Officer.
And what are your responsibilities?
Physical security for the most part. I do a bit of executive protection, crisis management, so forth.
And what have your previous work experience been to obtain the position that you have at Tishman Spire?
Prior to working at Tishman Spire, I was a Secret Service agent.
And how long were you a Secret Service agent?
From until 2014, 1993 until 2014.
And does Tishman Spire have real estate holdings in D.C., and did they in January of 2023?
It does.
And in your work for Tishman Spire, did you know on
Jedi Jess, this is the most Monday that is ever Mondayed in a courtroom. Between Ambien voice lady and then old man River can't find a point. Good Lord. Today is, I swear to God, just honor bound to try to test my functionality and my pay attentionness.
Walsh?
I did.
How did you know her?
She was a coworker assigned to our DC region.
And where did you sit in relation to Anna Walsh?
It's an open workspace in our DC regional office. Our workstations were probably 10 feet apart from each other.
And what were Anna's specific work projects?
Anna was responsible for our residential properties, specifically in DC.
And were there any specific properties that she was responsible for that you were aware of?
DC Crossing was the major one. In Southeast DC, there was another property under construction, Gold Maza Galleria, again, under construction.
And in your capacity as Chief Security Officer, would you be apprised of security concerns for your buildings and employees?
I would.
And in your capacity as the Chief of Security for Tishman Spire, are you responsible for employee safety and security?
I am.
Would you be aware of threats on employees?
I would, yes.
And were you aware of any specific threats against Anna Walsh when she worked for you?
No.
What happened when you came to work on January 4th of 2023 in regard to Anna Walsh?
Around mid-morning, late morning, started hearing rumblings of, hey, does anybody know where Anna is? We can't find Anna. Started looking for Anna Walsh.
And as a result of not hearing or seeing Anna Walsh, what did you do?
Sent Anna a quick health and welfare text message about 10:57 in the morning.
And how did you do that?
Just a text from my phone to hers.
And was that text received?
I couldn't tell if it was received. It normally says delivered or read. In this instance, it did not.
And as you were reaching out via text, were you aware of other people in your company doing things in relation to looking for Anna Walsh?
I was, yes.
And on that same day, at that same time, did you have an opportunity to speak with Brian Walsh?
I did.
And how did that conversation occur?
I have a coworker. Her name is Ms. Teresa Marchese. She works as an executive in our Human Resources Division. Ms. Marchese had been in contact with Mr. Walsh, and she conferenced me in on a call she had with Mr. Walsh.
Do you know what time that call was?
Sometime after 10:57, after the text, late morning.
And so once you were on the phone, that conference call, what was initially said about you?
Just introductions. It was mostly Teresa introducing me to Mr. Walsh as Anna's husband. and Teresa introduced me to Mr. Walsh as the chief security officer, and I believe she said either former law enforcement or former Secret Service.
And what was Anna Walsh's husband's demeanor initially?
Initially, very cordial. Hello, how can I help you? Very calm.
And at some point, did that stay the same or change or something else?
It did. Very quickly, when I started asking about Anna, his demeanor changed. He got very emotional, unintelligible, to the point where I had to ask him to calm down so I could just understand what he was saying.
And was he able to do that?
He was, yes.
And how long do you think he was unintelligible for?
It was quick, 20 to 30 seconds at most. He was quickly able to reestablish his composure and regain the conversation.
And could you please tell me what Mr. Walsh told you during that phone call? How did that phone call go?
It was, again, very cordial. His demeanor was good. He regained his composure. And when I started asking, hey, when was the last time you saw Anna? What was her location? Words to that effect.
And what did he tell you about the last time he saw Anna?
He indicated he had seen Anna sometime either late on the 31st or early on the 1st of January.
And why did he say she had left?
He indicated that there was a work emergency and that she had left the house en route back to our DC region.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about the amount of time that he had not been in contact with her?
I asked him very specifically when was the last time he spoke to his wife. He said, I noted that it was the 4th of January, and the last time he'd seen his wife was on the 1st. So it was 3 days. Is that normal? He indicated it was not atypical for them to not speak for several days, but he was now calling work to find out where she was.
And what, if anything, was discussed about the work emergency?
Again, as coming from Mr. Walsh, he indicated it was a work emergency. He was nonspecific. He didn't know the nature of it. I spoke to Mr. Walsh, said I was unaware of a work emergency that would necessitate bringing Anna back to D.C. I said I would check, but I was unaware of any emergency at the residential properties in D.C.
Did you check?
I did.
Did you discover a work emergency?
I did not.
What else did you discuss during the course of that conversation?
I asked him if he believed his wife was headed to D.C., how she got there. Did she fly? Did she take a train? How did she get to the airport or the train station?
And what did he say?
He was unaware. He indicated he did not know.
Okay. And what else did you talk about during that conversation?
I asked if he had any mechanism, like most of us have, to find your family in the event of emergency, find my iPhone. I said, do you use that technology with your wife? He said, no, I do not.
What else did you discuss?
I discussed that it was imperative that it was, again, now the 4th. He tells me the last time he saw his wife is on the 1st. It was imperative that he reach out to local law enforcement. I asked him, had he done that? And he said, no, not yet. I told him.
And that's going to be another thing that I think is going to be really hard for the defense. And I will be interested to see how Brian wiggles out of that. Again, because it's very contradictory to hold that Brian was so mentally, emotionally disturbed that he dismembered her, but was also so aware and functionally, cognitively, that he could poorly, try to destroy evidence, throw things away, come up with this story. So it is going to be interesting to see how Brian tries to thread that needle of, I was so hysterically insane with grief that, I was able to do this, but then I panicked again and I came up with a story.
That he must. I advised him that he should, as soon as we hang up the phone, call his local law enforcement. I asked him what department was the local department. He didn't know. I asked him where he lived. He said Cohasset. And I told him, I said, Mr. Walsh, as soon as we hang up, I'm going to call Cohasset Police Department and report your wife missing. I advise you to do the same.
And what did he say?
He said, I will.
Did you ask him what, if anything, he had done besides call work?
He indicated he was going to call other family and friends.
Mr. Dunleavy, what name did you use when you spoke with him?
We give a name, Hugh Dunleavy.
Do you use any nicknames currently?
Not professionally, no.
So what else did you do in hopes of finding Anna Walsh that day?
Very quickly,
What in the name of all that is holy was the nickname?
other than calling Cohasset Police Department. We did a health and welfare check of Anna's known DC residents. We contacted Washington, DC's Metropolitan Police Department, and I asked 2 officers to meet me there.
And that was that January 4th date?
It was later in the afternoon.
Okay. And so who did you go to the DC home with?
Teresa Marchese was already en route there. I advised Teresa not to go in yet, wait for law enforcement. I also took 2 engineers with me to the residence.
And why did you need 2 engineers with you?
With the assumption we knew we didn't have a key, although Teresa indicated she did have the garage code to the townhouse. The engineers were there in the event that we needed to access the interior of the house. They could drill the locks if necessary.
And who did those engineers work for?
They worked for Tishman Speyer.
And at some point, did you again speak to Mr. Walsh?
I did.
And where was that?
Outside of Anna's DC residence.
And how did that come about?
I texted Mr. Walsh, based, I believe, on a number that I got from Teresa, to have him call me.
And how was his demeanor when you spoke?
Very calm, very cooperative.
And why did you want to speak with him?
I needed consent for the officers to go inside the residence to do that health and welfare.
And so who did Mr. Walsh speak with?
I told him that MPD police officers were with me. I handed my phone to the officers. The officers engaged Mr. Walsh directly, and I'm assuming he gave verbal consent to going in.
And when you say MPD, can you just define that?
Sure, my apologies. Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, MPD.
Thank you. And after the conversation with Mr. Walsh, what next happened?
They gained access. So a cursory search of the outside of the townhouse indicated no forced entry. They gained access through the garage with the garage code that was provided. The interior garage door was locked.
And then what happened?
They asked the engineers to drill the lock to allow MPD into the residence.
And did that happen?
They did.
And what did the police then do?
I'm sorry, say again?
What did the police then do, sir?
They went into the residence by themselves.
Okay. And where were you?
Myself, Teresa, and the engineers remained outside the residence.
And how long were the police inside?
Not long, I would say 15 minutes approximately.
And did you watch the police come outside?
I did.
And who did the police return outside with?
No one, by themselves.
Did you see Anna Walsh?
I did not.
Did anyone seek assistance that day?
No.
So after the initial text and phone conversation to get into the house, did you have any other communication with Mr. Walsh?
Later in the day, sometime around 5 p.m., he texted me asking if I had found Anna's car.
And was Anna's car at the townhouse?
It was not.
Did you begin an investigation into the local?
Think about how sick and twisted it is to be texting this former Secret Service officer, head of security, asking where your wife's car is when the car is parked in front of your house. I mean, Brian has some brass baubles.
Location of the car.
I did.
And were you able to locate the car?
I was.
Where did you locate that car?
At DC Crossing, Southeast DC.
And how did you find the car?
We asked the property management staff there to go down to the garage. They were able to locate the vehicle in the garage. We also pulled video evidence of her entering the garage.
And in your capacity, were you able to review that in terms of her being there on a certain date?
I was.
And what date was that?
On about the 30th of December.
Do you remember a time for that generally?
I don't know. It was dark. I don't remember the time.
Okay. In your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of how employees of Tishman Speyer gain access to your buildings?
I am.
And how do they?
Standard access control technologies, whether that's a proximity card or an access device that's on your phone, those access records are date stamped, time date stamped.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And when is that maintained?
Usually locally on a server at whatever property that these access control records are maintained.
And is that maintained in real time?
It is.
And when was the last time that Anna used her access to a Tishman Speyer building?
On or about the 30th of December.
And in your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of emails, phones, and corporate credit cards issued to employees of Tishman Speyer?
I am.
And are Tishman Speyer employees routinely issued email accounts?
They are.
And what email does your company use?
The domain name is @tishmanspire.com.
And was Anna provided an email?
She was.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And did you determine the last time that she used her work email?
I did.
And when was that? For a non-recurring account, for a non-recurring email?
On or about, again, the 30th of December.
Okay. And was Anna issued a work laptop for Tishman-Speyer?
She was, yes.
And what type of work laptop generally was she issued?
We are generally issued a Microsoft type laptop, not a personal, not a tower, but a laptop.
A laptop. And you said Microsoft, meaning not an Apple product?
No, generally not Apple products or issues.
And did Anna have a corporate phone?
She did.
Are certain Tishman-Speyer employees provided corporate credit cards?
They are.
And was Anna Walshe provided a corporate credit card?
She was actually provided two
Through what?
through American Express.
And did you determine the last time that she used her corporate credit card for a non-recurring charge?
Non-recurring is again on about the 30th of December.
Of 2022?
That's correct.
And would you know or be notified if Anna used email or her American Express corporate card?
As part of that investigation, I contacted our IT staff and asked them to notify me in the event that she logged in, used the credit card, tried to communicate it all on our work networks.
And did you keep her car in the DC Crossing building for some time?
Her car was maintained there for some time, yes.
Okay. And what was done with her license plate?
Ultimately, when the car was recovered, we recovered everything, the entire contents of the vehicle, to include the license plates. They were maintained, stored in boxes in our offices until they were released to law enforcement.
Mr. Dunleavy, have you seen Anna Walshe since you began looking for her on January 4th of 2023?
I have not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Nay.
Thank you.
Ross? You may step down, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Patricia Patterson.
Yes, the general kind of impression that I've got of Anna from all the witnesses thus far was that she was in good health. She was very passionate about staying physically fit, going to a lot of workout classes, maintaining good health. So it does seem like, by and large, she was in better shape than I am. I mean, I couldn't last one bar class, let alone like actually pay for unlimited classes.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you'll give in the pause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you just please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Patricia Patterson, Patterson.
And where are you employed, ma'am?
Walgreens,
And which store is that?
the one in Cohasset,
And where is that located?
Cohasset, Massachusetts.
What's the address?
Oh, 767 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Thank you. And how long have you worked there?
24 years.
And what is your role at the Walgreens in Cohasset?
I'm a shift lead.
And what was your role in January of 2023?
Shift lead.
And what are your responsibilities as the shift lead?
Run the store, open, close.
And do you have responsibilities in terms of surveillance systems?
Yes.
Thank you. Maybe if you could just push the microphone a little bit closer. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you. So does Walgreens have a surveillance system at store 118 in Cohasset?
Yes.
And did they in January of 2023?
Yes.
And does Walgreens maintain its surveillance video in good faith?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the cameras at your store?
They're for surveillance to watch people come in and out and make sure nobody steals. And
And do the cameras at your store record in real time?
yes,
And where were the cameras in your store located?
there's one at the front door. There's one facing the front registers. And there's one down near the pharmacy.
And where is the footage stored?
Through a locked door in a locked cabinet.
And who
Granny Smith, probably the next couple witnesses are going to be entering in video evidence of Brian's search for his red rum kit. I believe he hit Stop and Shop. Here, I'm getting in Lowe's and Walgreens to get all of his red rum kit, you know, from the hacksaw, the clippers, the tarp, the Tyvek suit, the bleach, the hydrogen peroxide, the gloves. So I think we are going on a journey of watching video of Brian himself buying all of the red rum or the dismemberment kit, depending on which story you believe.
has the code and the keys for all of that?
My boss.
And does the shift lead also have access to that area?
Yes.
And did you allow law enforcement access to your surveillance system on January 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the footage that you allowed law enforcement to access?
Yes.
And did you recognize that footage?
Yes.
And did you also recognize the sales associate in the footage as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize that thumb drive?
Yes.
And I'd ask that you to look at it.
Yep.
I'm going to turn it around.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And what do you recognize on this, ma'am?
That I signed it.
And do you recognize this to be your signature of the thumb drive that you viewed?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 192.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we now play this for the jury.
192 can be published.
Oh yeah, he doesn't look nervous. You know, I will commend him for not buying any of the candy bars because, you know, if I figure I'm going to prison, I'm stocking up on Snickers before I have to pay $8 and smexual favors to Bubba. I'm just throwing that out there.
Ms. Gilman, I ask you just to stop right there. And Ms. Patterson, I ask if you could just tell me the date and the time on the top.
It is January 1st, 2023 at 15:40.12.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Ms. Patterson, does Walgreens...
So that is 3:40. So for military time, just minus 12. And I am able to at least do that basic math sometimes. So that was 3:40 p.m.
also have receipts?
Yes.
Are receipts provided for customers and also maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Does Walgreens provide receipts and keep...
She is quite literally bringing receipts. And yes, I know that was obnoxious, but I do like to use the word literal in its proper context.
them in good faith, not altering them?
Yes.
And when is a receipt created?
Once you make the payment, the receipt comes out.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Patterson, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the receipt from the day that Mr. Walsh came into the store.
Your Honor, I ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. The receipt from 1/1/23 is in evidence from Walgreens as 193. You may.
Ms. Patterson, what is this receipt for?
It is for anti-itch Band-Aids and Walgreens Max triple antibiotic cream.
And what is the date of the receipt?
Oh my Bob Ross, did he hurt his murder mittens like Joel Guy Jr.? Again, for those of you who have never watched any movies and or paid attention to true crime, let me splainerate something for you. Now, imagine this is a knife. Obviously, I can't bring out a real knife because it's YouTube. But it is very possible that while dismembering or doing something, active with a knife, that the attacker will also get wounds on their murder mittens. In fact, that's why they look at murder mittens and took photos of cuts on Brian's hands. So poor guy. I mean, doggone it. Where is OSHA for, dismemberment safety when you need it?
1/1/2023 at 3:39 p.m.
And how much is the transaction for?
2102.
And how were the items paid for?
A Visa.
Thank you. And who was the cashier?
Donna.
And was that the woman who was in the video?
Yes.
And who was the operator?
Me, Patty.
And what does that mean?
It means that I printed the receipt.
Thank you very much.
How will the
Any
defense...
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, not much to argue. If they are going kind of through his murder kit travels, these next few witnesses are probably going to be fairly similar to this.
Commonwealth calls Joseph Caesars.
And yes, for my UK and EU friends, or basically anyone not America, yes, you do go by the 24-hour clock, or as you guys would say, normal. But here in America, we go by, well, whatever the hell we felt like when we started this joint. And it's, not the 24-hour clock. So there you go. America, we'll do it our own way, despite logic. In fact, in pure rebellion to logic, we will do it our own way.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Okay, I'm calling it before he says it. This guy is the manager at the Lowe's.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Joseph Caesars, Cesarz.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at Vin and Liquors in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
How long have you worked at Vin and Liquors?
About 20 years.
And what do you do at Vin and Liquors?
I'm store manager.
And where is Vin and Liquors located in Swampscott, Mass?
It's on Paradise Road or Route 1A, right next to Whole Foods.
And you say right next to Whole Foods. What does it have as far as a parking lot connecting?
Uh-oh.
Everybody up?
Lost our signal.
Just looking at the technology portion.
Hold on one second.
Oh, okay. I was like, did the rapture just happen? Why is everyone stopping? Don't pick your nose. We can still see you.
I suppose that's what happens when we're not back up on the ability to show exhibits. Is that the only thing that's impacted? FTR is running. Sure. And you can get up and move about if you wish.
Has anyone tried plugging and unplugging the modem?
That is. So I prefer to just keep on keeping on. And that means that if we have to hand pass, earlier I mentioned.
Anders, yes, he has pled guilty to at least the equivalent of sort of the desecration or unlawful moving of a body. Yes, it looks like their computer, or I think that the woman over on the computer that's down is responsible for like display of the exhibits and things like that. So it seems like that is the only system that's down, and the judge is kind of in the mood to let's just soldier on. But yes, I believe that the computer went out at least for that system.
Or I suggested to one of the lawyers, I don't recall who, that we could do it the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way means you have to. So that's what we'll do. To the extent that it's video, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, sir, I think I was about to ask you, as far as the parking lot for Vin and Liquors, what access does it have to Whole Foods?
It shares the entrance and exit.
Now, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
Yes, he was a fairly regular customer of ours.
Do you see him here today?
I do, yep.
Could you identify him for the court, identifying a piece of art?
Okay, not that I'm one to speak, but, you know, maybe being on house arrest and also being, you know, one of the biggest customers at the booze store is not mutually exclusive or conducive to staying out of probation. I mean, call me crazy, but most probations require that you abstain from booze. So there you go.
By an article of clothing he might be wearing.
He's wearing a blue suit.
And could you just point to him, sir?
He's right there.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect, the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Witness has
How
claimed
many times have you met Mr. Walsh?
defendant booze hound.
Dozens. He's would come to the store fairly frequently on the
Always
weekends.
drinking.
And when he would come in, would you have any conversations with him?
Yeah, he would kind of hang out and kind of talk with the different managers, and we would all kind of know him. He would spend a little bit more time than a regular customer. He would just kind of hang out.
Okay.
He didn't really have anything else to do.
I mean, he seems well adjusted. What does he do for fun? Hangs out in liquor stores? Again, not that I'm one to talk, because what do I do for fun? Buy cosplay and ramble and wear wigs on the internet. So, hey, we all have our interesting and or maladaptive coping behavior. I just don't use mine to try to, you know, chop my spouse up. And Anders, I think I got off the track, but the jury is not aware that he has pled guilty to the two crimes, the obstruction of justice and the movement dispersal of body parts. So they are unaware that he's already pled, and the judge is waiting for motions to see if the state can even bring it up.
Now, I think we're about to cross the bridge, but I'm going to start trying. Sir, what does your store have as far as surveillance videos for the exterior of it?
We have extensive surveillance cameras on all corners. We have cameras on the loading dock, dumpsters, entrance, and then inside. We have about 40 cameras total.
Now, sir, these cameras, what are they? Are they film or electric, or are they like digital? Are they downloading anything? Where does
Digital. They're downloaded to a server.
Okay, and who has access to the server?
Just myself and the owner.
And I take it that it's downloading to the server immediately as soon as it's recording?
Correct.
And, sir, these videos, are they maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they maintained in good faith?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to produce videos to law enforcement in this matter?
I did.
And have you reviewed them before coming in here today?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize this drive I'm handing you?
Yes,
Is that a drive that you reviewed with videos from Vin and Liquors?
it is.
And looking at the backside of the tag, are those your initials on it?
Yes.
The Commonwealth concede to have the drive with the videos marked as the next exhibit from Vin and Liquors?
Any objection? It's a thumb drive, yes?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Drive from Vin and Liquors footage is now in evidence as 194.
Your Honor, with the court's permission and with hopefully a working television, could we publish these videos?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. So,
What day are these from?
Ms. Gilman, I'm asking you to publish what's labeled as Video Channel 52. Pause, if I may, Ms. Gilman. Sir, where is this in relation to your store?
This is the front of the store, the parking lot.
Okay.
So, yeah, right in the front of the store.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue to play.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh, no, no. After all that, that man is a sociopath. Do you see how he is driving and parking? No, all the guilty. Look, I am a crazy female driver who can't even parallel park. Look, God bless all the mailboxes that I destroyed. May they rest in pieces when I was learning to drive. But I have never conducted bullshittery like this to park ever. Okay? No idea. It was almost like, hey, I need to not draw attention to myself. Let's be conspicuous as fucking possible. I mean, I don't think we need any more of the trial. I say guilty right now. I'm just kidding, you guys. Possibly. So I think he has one of those reusable booze bags. Now, one day I think I bought enough clearance wine that the lady at Kroger who knows me kind of gave me one of their little cloth divider bags. Like I keep it on the down low though. So I'm guessing he's a regular and he has one of those divided six, boozy booze holder dealies, or who knows. Look, Lord only knows the logic process, and God bless the defense attorney. He's probably going to ask us what color the car was, and if it's in black and white, you must acquit because we need a codadrome in order to, like Paul Simon says, keep the bright green colors. Dear Jesus. Okay, so it looks like actually I was wrong. It looks like he's throwing things away in different trash bags. But again, maybe you wouldn't park like an absolute jackass so people wouldn't pay attention to you. Because I'm telling you, if I saw someone park like that in a parking lot, I'm writing down your license plate number just to, write it down. Jedi Jess, nothing in this makes sense. I'm wondering if he's Googling trash pickup schedules. Like who gets their trash picked up on the
Ms.
very
Gilman,
next
can
day?
we have, and sir, before we play the next video, on the screen, when you look towards the right-hand side, where does that take you as far as the store?
To the dumpster and the loading dock.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as channel 34 at 2 minutes and 15 seconds into that video? And if you could. Ms. Gilman, I apologize, but could we have where it says on the media player 2 minutes and 15 seconds? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, what area is this of your store?
That's a loading dock, dumpster area to the right of the building.
And Ms. Gilman, can we see the file names for these two files? So, sir, on these file numbers, what is the significance of the 2003?
That's a year.
And after 0101, what is that?
That would be the date, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day?
Yeah.
And then after that, 171244, what's the significance of that?
The time, so yeah, that'd be the time.
And is that military time?
It is.
So would that be 5:12 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, on these videos for New Year's Day, your store, is it open on New Year's Day?
No, it's not.
In fact, are any liquor stores in Massachusetts open on New Year's Day?
I don't believe so.
Now, sir, when was your dumpster emptied after New Year's Day, if you know?
Not really sure. Probably the following Monday.
Anders, he was actually, to add insult to injury, I believe that was Anna's car. It was a Volkswagen Taos. I do not remember the exact year, but I know it was like a silvery beige color. A gray beige, a grayish.
Or Tuesday, so beginning of the week.
Beginning of the week? And did you recognize anyone in that video?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you recognize anyone in those videos?
Yes, Brian.
And sir, you don't have any footage of Mr. Walsh inside your store from January 1st, is that correct?
No, we were closed.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know that you could cross effectively your client throwing things in a dumpster.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Cade Reed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No, it looks like he took the knowledge that the liquor stores aren't open on New Year's Day, basically went in there to throw things into their dumpster. So what I thought was maybe a reusable liquor bag, since I was unaware that all the liquor stores were closed on New Year's. As much as I joke about day drinking, I'm actually not a big drinker. So I think Indiana booze stores are also closed, but I don't need to go out that much to buy. Look, if I buy booze, it's going to be at Walmart, y'all. So I don't know whether they're actually opened in Indiana. But it seems like it was calculated because the liquor store was closed, and I guess he thought the cameras weren't good or weren't going to be on since it was closed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record?
Yeah, it is Cade Reed, Cadereed.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at Lowe's Home Improvement.
What is your role at Lowe's Home Improvement?
I am the District Asset Protection Manager.
And can you tell us what the responsibilities you have as being the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yeah, overall, I'm in charge of supporting the stores in terms of shrink, as well as mitigating any theft or losses, as well as ensuring that compliance and safety standards are upheld.
Sir, are you over the age of 14? Also, did you play in The Sandlot? Because he looks exactly like the main character kid. I mean, except for blonde. But I'm gonna need Doogie Howser here to prove that he's over 16, okay? I feel old.
Do you have a geographic area that you cover?
Yeah, I cover from as north as Lowell, Massachusetts, all the way down to Abington, Massachusetts.
And how long have you been with Lowe's?
I've been with them for 4 years.
And with that time, have you always been the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yes.
Now, with Lowe's, did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from their Danvers store on January 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Now, what does the Danvers store have as far as surveillance video cameras?
Yeah, so we have cameras on the outside of the property, inside of the property, as well as different sort of cameras when it comes to the fixed, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week, pointing down. And then we have pan tilt zoom cameras, which have, they're called PTZ cameras, and they can actually, zoom into something, pan it, tilt, I can move it whenever I want live.
And, sir, do these record in film or is it digital?
It's digital.
And so where's that information go to?
It's into an external hard drive, so I can pull from a variety of different days and hours.
And does anyone else have access to the hard drive?
Yes.
Who else would have access?
Any of my peers as well as my associates.
And this information from the Lowe's, these digital information from the Lowe's and Danvers, is it kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And kept in good faith?
Yes.
And you're aware that Lowe's produced videos from January 1st of their Danvers store to law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review a composite of those, or a collection of those videos together from the Lowe's and Danvers for January 1st?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way other than putting different snips together in one seamless video?
No.
Okay, so just to keep you guys kind of in the loop, these are all from January 1st. The state kind of reminded you of the dates at the end of the liquor store, but these are all from the 1st. So again, both the state and the defense kind of concede that Anna died a little bit before 4:30 or thereabouts in the morning on January 1st. So this is him getting his dismembo kit from the Lowe's.
And, sir, have you had the chance to review a hard drive with these videos this morning?
Yes.
And, again, these videos, they do not appear to be altered in any way.
No.
Also, before I enter this into evidence, did you have the opportunity to review a video from the Weymouth Lowe's as well?
Yes.
And Weymouth Lowe's, before I enter this into evidence, does it have surveillance video?
Yes.
Same situation, digital that reports to an external?
Yes.
And who else did you have access to it?
Yes.
Besides you, who else has access to it?
My associates as well.
Okay, so it does seem like he went to both the Danvers Lowe's and the Weymouth Lowe's. So it looks like there might be several Lowe's shopping things or shopping trips because, why make a list and get all of your supplies in one trip when you can remember what you forgot to get with 8 trips?
As my peers.
And again, for Weymouth, that's the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And in reviewing the video from Weymouth, is there any alteration of wording?
Yes.
Holy crow.
Yes.
Other than that, has been altered?
No.
The Commonwealth proceeds to have the 2 videos from Lowe's. This is the next exhibit, which is on the thumb drive.
Any objection?
No objection.
The thumb drive of the Lowe's videos from Danvers and Weymouth is now in evidence as Exhibit 195.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we have the Commonwealth play the video from January 1st, the Lowe's and Danvers, from Exhibit 195.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if you can pause. I'm going to ask the witness a few questions. Sir, where is this in relation to the Lowe's and Danvers?
This is in the parking lot, the front parking lot.
And in the bottom, it says park lot cam 1. What's that significant of?
Yep, so there's 4 different cameras that run in our parking lot. They're each pointed in a different way, so this would just be the first one pointing in that direction.
And I see a date and time there. For these cameras, have you determined if the date and time are accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you press play. Pause. Sir, where is this in the store in Lowe's?
Yeah, so this is our main aisle, aisle 1.
Play this.
Dear Lord, this stupid jackass had a list and he still forgot shit. I mean, again, not that I want a better class of smarter criminal because we're already in a hellscape with stupid thinking enthusiast, but dear God.
Come on, thank you.
Now, because I was just in Lowe's this weekend, I can tell you that those are all cleaning products that he's looking at. That's the aisle of cleaning products. So I'm guessing he's getting his muriatic acid if he watched one episode of Breaking Bad, or Bleach if he just didn't watch anything. He's like, do I get Mr. Clean or do I get Febreze? Maybe I should get some candles. And a mop. Well, see, that is why. And I go with Jedi Jess. Fabuloso. I mean, that stuff. Look, I live in a house with 3 stinky feral boys, and Fabuloso smells. Look, that is a strong smell. So Fabuloso is my go-to, just because it is very, very, well, smell good. Or at least it smells other than, like, something other than boy funk, which is, you know, about as good as you can get with a bunch of teenagers. Ooh, and he's going for the big old industrial size bottles. Yeah, there's a reason I didn't go see that video or that movie in the theaters. Ugh. I'm surprised he didn't ask someone, like, what cleans up blood? Asking for not lethal reasons. He got a Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Oh, please tell me he got some Dawn dish soap. Not even the big bottle, you cheapskate. He's like, I'm gonna get a little bottle of Dawn. This man has never been more confused in his life. This is the first time he's ever bought cleaners. He's like, why don't any of these say for blood? In case of red rum, buy. It's all so confusing. Oh, please tell me he's going to get some shout. He's going to shout it out. Come on, Downy Fabric Softener for the win. Get some pledge. Just, wipe off all those fingerprints.
Pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's and Danvers?
This is at the front end in the self-checkout area.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Where the hell are you going, Brian? I need to get that clip. Holy shit. How many murder buckets do you need, Brian? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 murder buckets? That's a big old thing of, it looks like bleach. And maybe some wipes, some rags. God, he is so dumb. And I'm here for it. A string mop? Are you kidding me? You didn't even get a Swiffer wet jet? How dare you? Wait a minute, is he wearing gloves in the store? Okay, now not being in the Northeast or in New England, were people this crazy about the coof? Because I'll be real honest with you. Here in the Midwest and in rural Indiana, we did not have gloves on and masks on like this to go grocery shopping, and especially not to the Lowe's. So was this kind of normal at that time for people to be completely masked and gloved? Because I'm aware that, not everywhere is rural Indiana, so there might be different cultural, norms. Was this fairly typical during, let's see, January of 2022? Oh my God, they're like, we can't, just the hatchet. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Oh, he's trying to be a Canton CSI. He's getting a paper bag. Tyvek suit. Oh, snippers. Another Canton, evidence holder. Tarps. Jesus, what in the Dexter? You still screwed up and you bought all this shit? How do you fail so badly, Brian? I mean, fair point. He would do better than the troopers. Just the hacksaw. And the painter's tape, it looks like. Clorox. I know, I do feel bad for the guy that rang him up, like, but I mean, you know, as Uncle Ben used to tell me when I was a, you know, cashier register person at Dollar General, with great registers comes great ability not to pay attention. Honestly, I used to tell all the people, the little kids that I would watch when I was in college, I was like, hey, if you ever need to buy like feminine products or protective products, us cashiers are just trying to get out of the hellhole that is retail. We don't care and we're not going to judge you. See, and he wouldn't have wanted to have me as a cashier because I'd be like, damn, that's a lot of buckets. And you got a hacksaw and some snips? Sir, are you here for a red rum kit? Because you know my ridiculous behind would say that. Oh my God. If you want to prevent people from doing red rum kits, I am willing to do consulting. You know, I am willing to pop up, do cash registers if certain things are bought in combination, and I will just interrogate people for free. Holy God, I think we found my calling if this YouTube doesn't work out. I will be Lowe's, you know, national red rum purchase reviewer.
Pause, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Sir, what angle are we looking at here?
This is the angle from the actual, the self-checkout register itself, so the camera in front of it.
So the self-checkout registers have cameras pointing out towards the customers as well?
Yes.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman, thank you.
What angles would you say you got of Brian? All of them. All of them.
Pause. Thank you. Sir, what is this angle we're looking at?
This is our main exit.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you press play. And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if you pause one more time. Sir, now where are we looking at when the camera says 6:06:55?
This is the parking lot at 6:06:55.
And is this PM or AM?
This is PM.
Thank you. You can press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. So, sir, does Lowe's maintain receipts for its sales?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And I assume the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
But does Lowe's maintain a copy digitally?
Yes.
And do you have access to that?
Yes.
And was one produced as a result of these videos to law enforcement?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a receipt from, upside down, but now that it's right side up, is that a receipt from the Lowe's in Danvers?
Yes.
And it corresponds to the video that you just displayed for us?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
Lowe's receipt is now in evidence, from Danvers is now in evidence as 196.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the Commonwealth may publish exhibit 196, the receipt from Lowe's.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, oh, thank you so much. You've already expanded it. So, sir, looking at the...
Okay, so latex over the glass safety glasses. So safety glasses, 8-pack of latex dipped gloves, sanding paper for fiberglass, a cotton mop, a framing hammer, slip resistant it seems like those would be the tarp, and replacement for the mop, tin snips, fixed utility knife, the 20 count box of the rags, or 200 count, long snips. Yeah, just about all the murder kit.
The top, what does sales number mean?
This is where the actual sale took place, so I guess you could say it's the terminal.
Okay, and what's the significance of SFT lane 413?
Yeah, so that is our fast lane, or just another way that we can say self-checkout.
Okay, and transaction or trans number, what is that significant of?
It's the transaction number, so whatever number that receipt rang through.
And at the top right-hand corner, I take it that's the date.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down to the bottom, please? Now, at the bottom, what was the total for the sale?
$463.26.
And how is...
Holy shit. And you still needed more stuff? I don't even think Joel Guy Jr., who went to several different stores and paid all in cash to try to trip people up, spent $500. And you still forgot crap? Dude, how bad at this are you?
Was the sale conducted, cash or charge?
It was cash.
How much cash was presented?
$500.
And what is the time on the sale?
It is 6:05:45.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Thank you. And now, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will see play the blurred video from Exhibit 195, January 4th, from Lowe's and Wayne.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pause. Thank you. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's and Weymouth?
This is our main vestibule, or entrance.
What is VDS SRV1 1618 entry PVM mean?
Yeah, so VidSRV1 is the actual, it stands for video surveillance. So it is where our video was stored from, and it's our first terminal. 1618 is the store number, and then the entry PVM is the camera for the entry PVM, or the entry.
And the date and time at the bottom, sir, what are those?
Yeah, it is January 4th, 2023 at 4:24:57 p.m.
And sir, as far as the date and time for the Lowe's and Weymouth, is that accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you press play? And pause, Ms. Gilman. So, sir, what view are we looking at here?
This is the camera pointing from the self-checkout registers.
And at the bottom, SCO term 25, what does that mean?
Self-checkout terminal 25, so it's just the number that that self-checkout terminal is at.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
I believe so. I believe he did. I don't know, but what is his child holding? Ew. Ew. First of all, gross dude, looking at yourself. Ooh, don't I look sexy? I'm too sexy for myself. Too sexy for a felony. What the hell? Now, I contend that self-checkouts make you look like Shrek no matter what. Why is he molesting himself with his eyes? Oh, God. Ugh. Just when I think this case can't get any effing weirder. No one. Him. What the hell accessory is he making his child? Yes, that is his son. I believe that it was his oldest. I have purposely not been writing down or paying attention to the names of the little guys. I'm terrible with names. So they have already gone through enough. So I think that might be his oldest son, who I believe was 6 years old at the time of the incident. Also, what in the douche canoe is this jacket? Is this the new douchey members only jacket? Just ew. It looks like it's trying to be a moto jacket, like a leather jacket, but also comfy for a dad bod. Look, I am going to make fun of this man. He just checked himself out in the self-checkout camera. I mean, honest to God, at this point, if I were his defense attorney, I'd be like, look, for the sake of all of America not getting secondhand cringe cancer, could you please plea? I am getting secondhand cringe for this man. He's trying to be the Fonz. Timu Kaniki.
Pause.
Yeah.
Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main exit.
Please, press play, please, Mr. Gilman, thanks. No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Cross? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. What are you going to say to that, Cross? Like, isn't it normal for...
Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Jamie Flint.
I will also say that the state has done a very admirable job of having a lot of these witnesses ready to go above and beyond, maybe what they anticipate, just because the defense hasn't been crossing a lot of these witnesses. So I do appreciate that that the state and the defense do seem to be on the same page, at least in keeping this trial going. Oh, it could have been a vacuum. I thought it looked like a trash can, but as you guys know, I don't play with power tools much.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Could be.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, actually your first and last name for the record?
My name is Jamie Flint, Jami, Flint, Flint.
Where do you work?
CVS in Danvers, Massachusetts.
And where is the CVS in Danvers located? Like, what's its address?
1 Maple Street.
How long have you been with CVS?
19 years.
And what is your role at CVS?
Operations Manager RX.
How long have you been so operations manager RX, so I take a pharmacy?
Yes.
All right.
Both front end.
Front end?
Yes.
Okay. And so how long have you been the operations manager?
A little over a year.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Danvers store itself?
19 years.
Okay. So now, what does the Danvers store have as far as store surveillance videos?
We have multiple cameras throughout the store and the pharmacy.
And what access as the operations manager do you have to the store surveillance video?
I have full access to the video in the office.
And I take it it stores to a server at the office?
Yes.
Okay. And besides you, does anyone else have access to it?
The other shift supervisors and the manager.
All right. And
yes, Anders, I'm sorry. I forget that these are kind of normal things in America. And then I forget that I have international. Walgreens and CVS are both pharmacies that kind of have convenience stores. They've got a little bit of everything, not as much as a grocery store, but you can pick up, like some frozen meals or medications, things like that. But yeah, you can tell she's a bit nervous. She did not have this on her bingo card.
Surveillance video for CVS, I take it it's maintained in good faith?
Yes.
And it's done so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video that had been produced to law enforcement in January of 2023 from your store?
Yes.
And had it been altered in any way?
No.
And so that video, it fairly and accurately depicts your store in January of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, that video is on this drive. I would seek to have it marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It's in evidence now. The CVS thumb drive, 197. What's the date of that? The date of the content?
January 1st, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 197?
You may.
Thank you. So if I could ask Ms. Gilman to pause. Ms. Flint, what are we looking at here as far as your store?
That's the rear entrance of the store.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, I believe there is a second camera angle on that video. Could we have that, please? And we have that on the media player at 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Ms. Lynn, if I could ask, where is this in your store?
That's the front at the self-checkout.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Ooh, he's double bagging. Is that Comet? And Comet is a powder kind of abrasive cleaner that people use on their bathrooms. Those look like peroxide bottles, but I'm not sure. Actually, I can tell you I can tell you that those are peroxide because as a mom of 6, I have gotten the spray peroxide bottles before. He could have, yeah, he could have been cleaning with Nicole Albert. You're right. It is odd that he went through all the trouble to use cash, probably logically to avoid putting or leaving a, credit card trail, but he forgot the, surveillance that every single store has. Oh, he didn't bring his extra, CVS points card? What a douche. Did you leave any cleaning supplies there? That's like 84 spray bottles of peroxide, dude. Oh, please let the dollars get spit out. Those things are the devil. I never have dollar money, and every time I have dollar money and I have to go to a checkout, it always spits my dollars back. Yeah, I mean, Jedi Jess, look, it's not that I would profile everyone, but if you come in and you buy 84 bottles of hydrogen peroxide, I'm taking a surreptitious photo of you, with my cell phone.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, does CVS maintain receipts of its transactions?
Yes.
And is that also done in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
Now, I take it the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
Does CVS maintain a copy as well?
We do.
Electronically?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review a receipt from your store corresponding to that transaction?
Yes.
Ms. Lind, I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to that transaction?
it is.
Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 1st, 2023 from CVS as the next transaction.
Any objection? That's now in evidence as 198, the CVS receipt from 1/1/23.
Your Honor, may we publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the receipt from CVS, please? So, Ms. Flint, when it says term number, what does that mean?
That's the terminal
And
number.
17, is that self-checkout?
Yes,
And transaction or trans number is, what's that significant of?
the transaction number on that terminal.
Okay. And the date and time? What was the date and time for this transaction?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:28 p.m.
And cashier number name, what is that for this transaction?
Self-checkout 17,
And what was the total amount that the transaction cost?
$19.
What was purchased in the transaction according to the receipt?
5 bottles of hydrogen peroxide spray and a Roundup for Feed America.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
I have no further questions.
Okay, you know what doesn't balance the scales? When you round up 46 cents to Feed America when you're buying your Red Rum kit. It doesn't balance out the scales. It's not like, I jogged 5 miles this morning so I can eat a whole sleeve of Oreo cookies. Yes, Jedi Jess. He rounded up for charity. Again, every time I think this case can't get more ridiculous, it just limbos right under the bar.
Your Honor.
Mitigation.
This may step down.
I donated. Oh my God, he's going with the Amber Heard defense. He pledged and donated. He's better than Amber Heard. He both pledged and donated 46 cents. Giblets in heaven. What is this trial?
Madam Clerk.
JK Debug, the sad thing is, I bet each of us knows someone like this, or like him in our lives, acts all happy and nice, but can take someone out. That person in my life is Mo. That's why I super chat her. Hey, it's not a grift if I tell everyone. At this point, does Brian go home to his prison cell thinking, I'm doing great? Or does he maybe have a little inkling of a feeling?
Off for lunch now. They said to go back a few minutes late on the backside because I just have to handle a quick matter right at 2 o'clock. So that'll be the delay for us getting back, which shouldn't be very long. Right?
All right. So we should be actually right as they're coming back, although she did say they were going to be out a little bit longer. And yes, there is a method to the madness about why I start a little bit later. That way we can speed all the way through lunch, and I don't have to make 2 different streams. And thank you, JKD Buck, for the $2. Don't hurt us, Mo. I'm the best cult leader you're ever gonna have. I don't want to sleep with your wife, and I'm honestly too lazy to really come up with a lot of rules. And I want to be left alone. So for the most part, I'm the most, hands-off cult leader ever. I mean, like a cult leader, I still enjoy gifts, but I'm not going to sleep with your wife, and I'm not going to offer you Kool-Aid. JK Debug, that would be the entire defense. But I'm willing to listen to it.
May call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Gregory Denis.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be?
Can you tell me about this, Mr. Sheehan?
This is the area of ceiling directly above.
As
It looks like we have a time skip. I'm not exactly sure what Mr. Denise's title is or what he's kind of. Oh, he's a forensic. Matthew Sheehan. Well, wait a minute. Did we miss?
Exhibit 205, SLD 7479, which is the ceiling of the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you tell me about this, Mr. Sheehan?
This is the area of ceiling directly above that small area in the basement.
So what type of testing did you do on the areas that were A through G, the testing that you had shown us through the markers?
On stains A through E, I did the screening tests that I talked about earlier, and all of those results on A through E were positive for blood.
So it looks like we have skipped forward, and it looks like this is going to. I'm assuming this is the basement, given the fact that some of the insulation is hanging down. But since it skipped, I'm not quite sure. I am trying to make notes, and I did make notes in, or I did make a note of it in my notes that the footage skipped. So I will look tonight to see if there is any feed that covered this, and we'll try to slip that in there if we can find a feed. But thus far, it looks like all the feeds skipped. So I don't know what happened.
And that was the same kind of screening test that you described previously to us?
Yes.
I'd now like to show what's been marked as Exhibit 206, SLD 2482. This is Exhibit A. May this be published?
Yes?
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is stain A.
And this is something you previously explained to us.
Yes.
And was this one of the areas that you tested?
Yes.
And was this positive?
Yes, it was.
And was this done, how did you learn that this was positive?
By doing the screening test.
I'd next like to go to Exhibit 207, that being 7487, this being closer up of the purple stains. I'd ask that this be published.
You may.
Thank you. Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And if I could ask you to zoom in, Ms. Gilman. And can you tell me what you see in B?
Stain B is the purple staining that I observed for testing.
Thank you. Could you go to C, Ms. Gilman? And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain C for testing.
Thank you. If you could go to D, Ms. Gilman? And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain D.
And could you go to E, Ms. Gilman? And Mr. Sheehan, could you tell me what you see there, please?
And this is stain E.
Thank you. If we could now go to what's been marked as.
No, Brian's defense attorneys, the redheaded female attorney is actually pretty good. The older gentleman is annoying AF to me. He tends to ask about nothing at all related to the case. Regardless of witness, regardless of what questions asked, he basically asks none of the pertinent questions. And yeah, he obviously, with all the $500 plus that he spent on peroxide and cleaning stuff, didn't do a damn good job. Yeah. We have dark humor because if you actually sit down and you think about what this man did to the mother of his children, to another human being, it becomes so incredibly dark that we tend to address those feelings by making fun of the douche.
Exhibit 208, 7536. And I'd ask, and this is the stair, I'd ask that this be published for the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Can you tell me what this is specifically?
This is the bottom step in the basement. The bottom step was broken.
And specifically, what do you see with your writing on it?
On the right side of the broken piece of stairs, there was an additional purple stain. I labeled it as stain F.
And if you could zoom in on that, Ms. Gilman? And is that what you're referring to, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you now show Exhibit 38. And Mr. Sheehan, what is Exhibit 38?
This is their stairwell leading to the kitchen with a support beam directly below it.
Below it or behind it?
Behind it.
Okay. And that support beam is significant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And why is that support beam significant?
There was an additional stain, as I labeled it as stain G, that was on the base of the support beam.
Your Honor, I'd next ask that we publish Exhibit 209, which has been previously marked, and it's 7556, and that is stain G.
You may publish it.
Thank you. And what is this?
This is a close-up of stain G.
And so I want to be clear. What type of testing did you do for A through G?
The screening test for the presence of blood.
And what results did you get in A through G?
In A through G, all stains had screened positive for blood.
And how did you identify those stains?
Visually.
And when you say visually, what color were they?
All of these stains were purple in color.
And why were they purple?
The crime scene services section during the scene exam was using a chemical called LCV, and this chemical leaves behind a purple residue and is known to turn potential blood stains to the color of purple.
And when had crime scene services used that chemical?
Earlier in the day during the scene exam.
Was that before you began to go into the basement?
Is there a solar flare today? Let's try to
Crime scene
refresh.
services section uses it for their scene examinations.
And how does LCV impact your testing?
At the scene, LCV does not have an impact. However, in the lab, it is known to hinder the confirmatory test for blood.
What does that mean?
The confirmatory test is done as a second test on stains in areas that had screened positive for blood. As a result, we can confirm the presence of blood, and this LCV chemical is known to, even on positive samples, give a negative result.
So how do you compensate for that in the lab?
In the lab, even if a stain has tested negative for blood, a sample would still be prepared for DNA testing.
So what do you do with a stain once it has screened positive for blood?
The stain itself would be transferred onto a set of swabs for collection and transported to the lab for analysis.
And how is that done? What is a swab?
The swabs are very similar to almost like a Q-tip on a wooden stick, and each sample is packaged in its own manila envelope and then stored in its own container.
So give me a second, you okay?
Yep.
Leaving the basement, can you please describe the second floor of the home?
In the second floor, I examined the two bathrooms, which included a master bathroom from one side of the house and a secondary bathroom to the left.
Okay. And what areas did you test on the second floor?
Both of the sinks as well as the showers. There was also a pair of black and blue cleaning squeegees.
Okay. So did you test the drains and the basins?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that testing?
The screening test was also the same one that I have been using throughout the day.
And what were your results?
All of these areas had screened to negative for blood.
And what time do you think you left the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Approximately 4:45 in the afternoon.
And were you done with all of your testing?
I was not.
So what happened to the house?
At the end of the day, the decision was made to secure the house, and we would return the next day to continue our exams.
And did you return to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day on January 9th.
And where did you start on January 9th of 2023?
On the second floor in the front left bedroom.
Okay. And what observations did you make to the front left bedroom?
The bedroom itself was clean overall, aside from a pile of clothing on the floor. I had also noted an area of, it seems like a white residue, and in an area that the varnish on the floor appeared to have been removed.
At this time, I would like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 210, which is 7.
This is why you don't use bleach on hardwood floors. It will destroy the varnish, and you will be able to very clearly tell where you bleached the floor.
765, that bedroom that Mr. Sheehan just described, and publish it for the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, can you describe what you were talking about with the white residue and the varnish, please?
On the area on the floor directly above the MSP placard number 10 and to the bottom right of the pile of clothing is the white residue on the floor.
Is the white residue that you're discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the other area that you were discussing?
It was that same area, the white residue, and that same area appeared the varnish on the floor looked like it had been removed.
And how was the varnish flooring for the rest of the room?
It still had a glossy, shiny coat to it.
Were there any other varnish issues?
Not that I recall.
And did you do any testing in this room?
I did.
And where did you do testing?
Testing was on 2 additional red-brown stains that I had observed on one of the window curtains, as well as on the purple stain noted with MSP placard number 8.
And what kind of testing did you do?
The screening test for blood.
And what were your results?
On these stains, I labeled them as stains H and I, as well as MSP placard number 8 were all negative.
And H and I were the windows?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go back to the room later?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And why did you go back to that room?
At that time, the decision was made to the crime scene services section was going to remove a portion of the floor. So I removed myself from that area so they could remove the flooring.
And did you direct them to remove the flooring?
No.
And so did you go back after that was done to look at the room?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 211, which has been previously marked, and that is 7808. And I would ask to publish that with the flooring removed.
You may.
Thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this the area you're talking about that was removed by Crime Scene Services?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do further testing?
I did not.
Why not?
There was no visible staining for testing after the crime scene services section had done their exam.
So while Crime Scene Services worked on the floor...
Well, they're definitely not getting their security deposit back after all this.
What did you do at that time?
I returned to the basement.
And Anders, basically he pled guilty to the obstruction of justice and the removal, dispersal of the body. But he is still pleading not guilty to the red rum. He is, again, claiming that she died in her sleep and he dismembered her. Now, the jury doesn't know that he has pled guilty, but, he does figure, why not YOLO? Let's try it out, I guess.
For a second exam.
And thank you, Tammy.
Why did you return to the basement?
It's not often where I get to re-examine an area that I had already examined, so I wanted to go back to see if I had missed anything.
And what, if anything, were you looking for?
Potential blood stains.
And where did you first go?
At the top of the stairs, looking down, I observed a red-brown stain that I had labeled as stain J on the wall of the stairwell directly into the doorway.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask to publish exhibit, which has been previously marked as 212. That would be 7793, that being stain J.
You may.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the area of stain J.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in just a little bit, please? Thank you. And where is stain J?
Stain J is to the right of the scale. It is not visible in this photo.
Okay. And what did you do with the stain?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood.
And what were the results of the screening test?
The screening test was negative.
And then where did you go?
I continued down to the basement.
And where did you go in the basement?
I returned to an area of black trash bags as well as that back right section that I had examined the day before.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 213-7797, the area that Mr. Sheehan just described with the black trash bags.
You may.
Do you recognize this area?
Yes, I do.
And what is this area that you're talking about?
This is an area in the basement that was a little to the left of the area that I examined the day before, towards the back wall.
And I would also ask to publish Exhibit 214-7802, which is a close-up of that area.
You may.
Thank you. What is this area?
This is the stain identified as stain K.
And what testing did you do of stain K?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood.
And what was the results of that?
The result was positive.
And what did you then collect?
A sample using a set of swabs was collected from the stain.
Brian, did you even take the mop out of its cover? Did you actually clean one daggone thing? I mean, you know, you would think if you were keeping yourself out of jail, you would do more than 10% of a half-assed job. I mean, you might do a fully half-assed job. Not, 10% of said half-assed job.
Did you collect anything else from the home that day?
That day, no.
Thank you. So what did you do with the swabs that you collected from the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset on January 8th and 9th of 2023?
I had brought these swabs back along with the knife from above the refrigerator back to the lab to be submitted.
For what?
For DNA analysis.
And what did you do with the swabs at the lab once you got there?
The swabs were submitted into our computer system called LIMS.
And were they given a number?
Yes.
And what's the lab number that they were given?
The lab number for the case was 23-00596.
And is that a unique lab number for this case?
Yes.
And how is the lab number kept?
The lab number is kept identified for each individual case in our computer system.
So aside from the collection of evidence at the house, did you then do further work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what procedure do you follow to ensure that you prevent contamination?
In the lab, I work on one item at a time. And in between items of evidence, I will use bleach to clean my work area and any tools that I'm using, and as well as wearing PPE, which would include gloves, a mask, and a lab coat.
How do you keep your actual station clean, and what do you use on your actual station?
Bleach.
And why do you use bleach?
Bleach is known to destroy DNA.
Brian's like, I got one of them right. Yeah, you just didn't do a good job, douche.
Do you use any kind of paper on your station?
We use a large piece of paper, which we call butcher paper.
Did you do lab work on the items you brought back from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway alone, or did you do lab work on other items as well?
Other items as well.
So what was the first item that you examined in this case?
Item number 1-1.
And what was item -1-1?
This was a set of swabs from red brown stain A in the basement.
And what testing was done?
I did a confirmatory test to confirm the presence of blood.
And how does that confirmatory test work?
The test itself is very similar to a pregnancy test, where a small amount of sample is put into a test solution, and then that test solution is put onto a test card. After a period of 10 minutes, if there's one line, the test is negative. If there's 2 lines, the test is positive.
And holy crap, I might be an expert in one thing. I do know how to take a pregnancy test.
What was the result?
Confirming the presence of blood was negative.
So what was done with this item?
In this particular case, because the LCV chemical was used at the crime scene and the stains were purple, I preserved the sample for DNA testing as item number 1-1.1.
So that was the number that it was given for DNA?
Yes.
Okay. And did you assign any of that sample for DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And was that the one that you assigned?
Yes, 1-1.1.
Okay. And did you examine item 1-8, the knife from the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
And what testing was done?
I did not do any further testing. I did a collection for potential DNA analysis.
Okay, why didn't you do any testing?
In order for a complete lab exam to be done on an item, there needs to be a visible stain in order to have enough testing for the confirmatory test as well as DNA testing. In this particular case, because there was no visible staining on the blade, the sample needs to be treated as something called quantity limited or QLIM, where the entire sample needs to be used for DNA testing.
So what was done with this item?
A sample was collected from the knife blade as well as from the handle.
And was it preserved for DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that preserved?
To answer any type of forensic questions.
I want to ask you about item 5-1, which was swab K from the basement floor.
Correct.
What testing did you do on swab K from the basement floor?
I did a confirmatory test for the presence of blood.
And what was the result of the confirmatory test?
The confirmatory test was positive, confirming the presence of blood.
And I'm sorry, I should have shown you Exhibit 215, Exhibit Image 1205, which is the knife. May I publish that?
Okay.
So this was the knife that you just told us about, that
Yeah.
you was QLIM.
Yes.
Thank you. And now I'd ask to show Exhibit 216, Image 1066, which is the swab K.
You may.
Thank you. This is the swab that you described?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said that it was positive, and I'd ask next to show Exhibit 217, Image 1067, which is the positive test.
You may.
Thank you. This is that, for lack of a better term, like pregnancy test that you described to us earlier?
Correct.
And this is how you know if the test results are positive. Is that right?
Yes.
Or if you have the coof. I mean, at this point, just as scary to see 2 lines on that.
So, when you're saying that this is indicating positive for human blood, why are you saying that it's indicating positive for human blood?
The test itself, while it does confirm the presence of blood, there are other types of animal blood that will give a positive result, which include ferret blood as well as various types of primates.
So why did you not do the screening test for the swab?
The screening test was done at the crime scene, at the house, during the original collection of the sample.
And so what did you do with this sample?
The sample was preserved for DNA testing and given item number 5-1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And what was item 7-9?
7-9 was a pair of tin snips. 7-9 was a pair of tin snips.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 218, image 1081, from the lab, the tin snips.
You may.
And Mr. Sheehan, you recognize these photos, correct?
Yes.
And why do you recognize these photos?
These are the photos that I took in the lab of the items. They have the case number, my initials, the item number, and the date I worked on them.
And what testing did you do?
There was no visible staining on the blades, so I did the screening tests for blood, and the on the blades was positive.
And why didn't you do the confirmatory testing?
There were no visible stains to do further testing.
So it's the same reason that you gave us before?
Yes, as a QLIM sample.
Thank you. And you said that this was positive for blood?
The blades had screened positive.
And what was done with this item?
A sample was preserved from the blades as well as from the handle.
And what was 7-10?
7-10 was a hacksaw.
I would ask to publish Exhibit 219, image 1085.
That's the image of the hacksaw?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, it's the image of the hacksaw.
You may publish it.
And what test did you do on the hacksaw?
There were 3 areas that identified for potential testing on seemed like a tannish brown debris. The first one was on area A, which is on the blade at the end, on the opposite side from the handle. Area B was on the frame next to the handle, and area C was on the blade where it attaches to the frame adjacent to the handle.
And what testing for all of those areas?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood, followed by the confirmatory test for blood.
And what were the results on those 3 areas?
On all 3 areas, A, B, and C, the tests were positive, confirming the presence of blood.
What did you then do?
Samples were preserved from each individual area, A, B, and C, as well as from the handle.
What numbers?
Now, yes and no. He did have an ankle monitor, and that was an intriguing part that I was thinking maybe they would be able to bring in GPS location data. But earlier in the trial, we did look this up, and it turns out he was only wearing a monitor that would basically track if he was inbounds in his home or out of bounds. It wouldn't give latitude, longitude sort of details. Jedi Jess, there was a skip in the footage, so I think we lost an entire witness and then a good deal of the initial part of this particular witness. We are currently at the hacksaw, so it looks like this is the lab tech that at least did the collection in the home. So areas of blood that were found in the basement, and I think in the bedrooms, several of them. And he's also the one that it looks like did the presumptive tests, at least, for the tin snips and the hacksaw and a possible knife on top of the refrigerator.
Were the samples given?
The sample that I had assigned for DNA testing was from stain C, which was 7-10.3.1, as well as a sample from the handle, which was 7-10.4.1.
I'd next like to talk about 7-11, the hammer. I'd like to show you Exhibit 2020 and publish it. that being image 1092.
I think she means exhibit, or maybe she said image. She always does the interchange.
That being the hammer.
You may show that.
Mr. Sheehan, what tests did you do on the hammer?
I did the screening test for blood on the hammerhead and face area.
What were the results?
Screening test for blood was positive on the hammer face.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from the hammer face as well as from the handle.
And why did you only do the screening test here?
There was no visible staining on the hammerhead.
So am I correct in assuming that when you only do the screening test and not the confirmatory test, it is always going to be for that same reason?
Yes,
Meaning I don't need to keep asking you the same question?
correct.
7-13, the blades and frame from the hatchet, that being exhibit 221, image 1099. Could we please publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
What observations did you make of this hatchet?
There was no visible staining. However, on the hatchet head, I did note some sort of greasy and oil-like substance.
Why is that significant to you?
In my experience, whenever a cutting instrument is used on an individual, it can leave behind this greasy and oily substance, which is indicative of fatty tissues.
Overall.
What testing did you do?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood on the hatchet head.
What were the results?
The screening test was positive.
And then what did you do?
Sample was preserved from the hatchet head as well as from the handle. The hatchet head was given sample number 7-13.1, and from the handle was 7-13.2.1.
And were any of these assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Both of those?
Yes.
I'd next like to discuss 7-14.
Brian, was there any evidence that you actually managed to destroy? I mean, kudos for you. You seem to have misplaced the body effectively, but was there anything else that you actually hid from police officers?
The Craftsman shears, and I'd be referring and asked to publish Exhibit 222, that being image 1103.
May.
What testing was done, Mr. Sheehan?
The screening test for blood on the blades and frame of the shears.
And what were the results?
The screening test was positive in this area.
And what was done?
The sample was preserved for potential DNA testing as well as a sample from the handle.
I'd next like to ask you about 7-18, the Tyvek booties. I'd like to refer and publish Exhibit 223, image 1223, and publish for the jury the Tyvek booties.
You may.
Can you tell me what's in this picture?
This is a picture of one of the booties, a part of item number 7-18.
How many booties were there?
There were 4 in total.
Okay, and what else is in this picture?
It appears to be some sort of insulation as well as painter's tape.
And what does this picture show? Is it everything or just an example or something else?
Since this item was submitted as 4 booties, I took an individual picture of how they were packaged separately so that I could keep track of each individual one.
And is that why there's a number 2 at the bottom of that photo?
Yes.
And what did you do to this?
I performed the screening test for blood.
And what were the results?
All of the testing was negative.
Moving on to 7-20, the sample from the plastic painter sheets. How many painter sheets were there?
If I recall correctly, there was 5.
Okay. And was each painter sheet given its own number?
They were originally submitted to the lab all as item number 7-20. And during the fingerprint process, the analyst had removed and given each sheet its own sub number under 720. The one I examined was 7-20.5.
So I'm going to ask to show you and publish Exhibit 224, Image 1261, the bag of plastic sheeting. Number 5. Ma'am, thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this what you were describing to us?
Yes, it is. This is the packaging for the plastic sheeting.
And then I'd ask to publish and show you Exhibit 225, Image 1264, and have you explain the content of the bag?
You may publish that, 1264.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you describe that?
This is one side of the plastic sheeting. In size, it's estimated to be around 8 feet by 11 feet.
And what observations did you make?
There were 2 areas of light red-brown staining that I observed. One that I gave as area A was on the bottom right corner, and area B was on the top left corner.
And what testing did you do?
On area A, I did the screening tests and confirmatory test, as well as from stain B.
And what were your results?
From stain A, it had screened positive. However, the confirming test was negative. On stain B, the confirming test was positive.
Is there a reason that A is negative and B is positive?
It is possible that stain A was not blood, or there was not enough sample on the swabs I had collected for testing to be detected by the test.
So what did you do?
A sample was preserved from the area B, which was 7-20.5.2.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
So what were items 9-1 through 9-6?
9-1 through 9-6 were swabs that had been collected from a gray Volvo.
And did you examine those swabs?
Yes.
And what did you do to preserve those swabs?
All of these swabs were treated as a quantity limited sample, so no testing was done. They were all cut up and put into tubes for potential DNA testing.
And were any of those assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And which one?
Item number 9-4, which was a swab from trunk mat number 1.
And 9-12, I'd like to talk about now, the jacket, the black jacket, and I refer you and ask to publish Exhibit 226, Image 1119.
You may.
Thank you. What observations did you make of this?
There were various like tannish brown stains on the exterior of the jacket.
And were there stains?
Not red-brown, they were tannish brown in color.
And did you do any testing?
Yes, I did.
What kind of testing?
I did the screening test for blood on all of these stains, as well as from all the unstained areas of the jacket.
And what were your results?
Screening on all of the stains, as well as the unstained areas, was negative.
I'd now like to move on to item 9-20, the tape with gauze and red-brown stain. And I'd like to refer to and publish Exhibit 227, Image 0899. May I publish that, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you explain what this image is of?
This is a picture of the, it actually turned out to be some sort of like tissue paper or paper towels, but I had rolled them out for a picture of the overall item.
And did you make any observations?
Yes, I did.
And what were your observations?
There was red-brown staining on a lot of the item, so I identified two areas as area A, which is on the center bottom, and area B, which is on the top right.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
On both of these areas, A and B, I had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from both A and B. Sample A was given item number 9-20.1.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
I want to move on to 9-22, the white towel, and refer to Exhibit 228, Image 1128, and ask you to identify that and ask to publish that to the jury.
You may.
What observations did you make of this towel?
I noted the red-brown stains on the majority of the towel.
And what testing did you do on this towel?
Identified one of the areas of red-brown staining in the center of the towel for testing.
And what kind of testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
This area A in the center had confirmed positive for blood.
And then what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this area A and given item number 9-22.1.1.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Moving on to 9-23, I'd like to ask you about and also ask to publish Exhibit 229, Image 1132. May I do that, Your Honor?
Yes, and what's it an image of?
It's an image of the towel, the next towel number 2.
Towel number 2. You may publish it.
Thank you. Could you tell me about this towel, what your observations are?
I noted the large area of red-brown staining in the center and identified it as red-brown stain A.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The sample A had confirmed positive for blood.
And what then did you do after sample A confirmed positive for blood?
Sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Again, I asked the question, was the body the only thing you successfully hid, Brian? I mean, granted, if you're only going to get one piece of evidence to not be found, I guess the body would be the most important.
Moving on to item 9-27, the gray slippers. I would ask at this time to publish Exhibit 230, Image 8398.
8398.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that the light gray polka dot slippers or the dark gray slippers?
The dark gray slippers.
Okay. Dark gray slippers may be published.
What observations did you make?
I noted red-brown stains on both sets of slippers, as well as identifying one as stain A, which was on the top of the left slipper, and stain B, which was on the bottom of the left slipper.
I'd also ask to show Exhibit 231, Image 8399. It's also the same dark gray slippers, just the back of the dark gray slippers.
You may.
Mr. Sheen, can you tell me about this photograph?
This is the bottom of, or the soles of the dark gray slippers.
So what testing did you do?
The areas A and B, A being on the top of the left slipper and area B on the bottom of the left slipper, I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
And both of these areas had confirmed positive for blood.
And then what did you do?
A sample was collected from both of these areas, as well as from the unstained areas on the interior of the slippers.
If we could go back to the previous exhibit 230, please. Can you explain where you're talking about the unstained interior?
On the light blue section, I tried to do a collection from the areas that were not stained.
Meaning not red-brown.
Correct.
And why did you take a sample from the interior unstained area?
This is to collect any potential amount of skin cells in this area to help identify a person who may have been wearing the slippers.
And where exactly are you trying to swab at that point?
In this case, for the slippers, it would be anywhere it would be high contact with the feet. So all the light blue areas on the sole, as well as underneath where the toes would be.
And why were you trying to avoid the red-brown stains?
To at least limit any type of cross-contamination between the stains and for skin cell collection.
So did you give numbers to any of the areas that you collected?
Yes.
And what numbers did you give?
From the interior unstained areas was given item number 9-27.2.1, and from stain A was 9-27.3.1.
And were those two that you just described, those two numbers that you gave us, were those assigned for further DNA testing?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you now about 9-28, the apparent hairs. And I'd ask to publish Exhibit 232, image 1200. IMG_1200, that being apparent hairs.
You may do so.
What observations did you make?
On this item, there was a section of red-brown staining in the center of the apparent hairs, which I had done the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The red-brown stain identified as stain A was confirmed positive to be blood.
And what did you do as a result of that?
A sample was preserved from this and given item number 9-28.1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
Did you do anything else with this item after the blood testing?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I examined 2 of the hairs for classification.
And how do you classify a hair?
The structure of a hair is very similar to the structure of a number 2 pencil, where the eraser is the root, the outer yellow portion is the cuticle, the wooden portion is the cortex, with the inner graphite section being the medulla. All 4 of these areas under a microscope demonstrate various types of characteristics, and it's these characteristics that are used to classify a hair as a human or animal.
And where do you make those observations?
In the lab using a microscope.
And were you able to classify the hairs here?
Yes, I classified 2 of them.
And how did you classify them?
Again, I pulled randomly 2 of them out of the clump of apparent hairs and to examine in the lab.
And did you classify them as human or animal?
One of them I had classified as being consistent with a human hair, and the second hair was consistent with an animal hair.
I'd ask now to publish Exhibit 233, image 0018, that being a hair number 1.
You may.
Mr. Sheen, can you tell me about this image?
This is the root of the hair that I identified as being consistent with a human hair.
And you said this was the root?
Yes.
And can you tell me why you characterize it as human hair?
Due to the nature and the shape of the root itself, as well as other characteristics from the shaft and the medulla.
I'd ask to publish the next exhibit, 234, image 0022, that being hair number 2.
You may.
Mr. Sheehan, what is this hair?
This is the root area of the second hair that I identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
And can you explain why you believe this was, you were able to characterize this as an animal hair?
Along with the shape of the root and the characteristics of the scales and the medulla on this item, identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
I'd like to now move on to 9-30, the sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge. And I'd ask to publish exhibit 235, image 1195.
And generally, what is 1195 of?
The sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge.
You may publish it.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
There were red brown.
This son of a bitch used a scrub daddy for evil. I do love the scrub daddy sponges. If you have children who microwave cheese onto their plates like it is welded on there by Satan, I have found that the scrub daddies actually do get the, welded cheese off, but only after you soak the dishes.
Stains on the wipe, as well as there being these yellow-brown debris on the sponge.
The absolute perversity of him using a smiley-faced, sponge to clean up his evidence of dismemberment is so surreal.
What test did you do?
I did the screening test and confirming tests for blood on the wipe portion and the screening test on the yellow-brown debris on the sponge.
And what were the results?
On the area A from the wipe had confirmed positive for blood, and the yellow-brown debris on the sponge was positive as well, and that was preserved as a QLIM sample.
And then what did you do?
Samples were preserved for potential DNA testing.
I now would like to move on to 9-31, the cutting of the piece of rug from bag 5, that being image 1110. And that's exhibit 236. And I'd ask to publish that, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
This is the underside of the piece of carpet that had red-brown stains on it.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The stained area had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this item as item number 9-31.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Looking next at 9-32, the Tyvek suit. I'd ask to publish exhibit 237, image 8388.
You may publish that, 8388.
Mr. Sheehan, what observations did you make of the Tyvek suit?
There were several areas of red-brown staining, both on the exterior and the interior.
I'd also like to publish Exhibit 238, Image 8390, which is another angle, another side of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what you see here?
There was 2 areas of red-brown staining on the leg portions.
And I'd also like to show Exhibit 239, Image 8391, another image of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
Jedi Jess, that is what it's looking like. I mean, at this point, if I'm your attorney, which means something has gone terribly, terribly wrong, since I don't even have a bar license, but say I'm his attorney, I'm looking at my client saying, come on, for the love of all that's let me plead and tell them where you threw the pieces and parts away. Maybe we can get, you a TV in solitary confinement. But yes, he managed to not destroy all the other evidence.
And can you tell us what you see here?
This is the exterior front of the Tyvek suit.
And finally, Exhibit 240, Image 8392, a bag of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
Are we having more technical issues?
Ms. Gilman, 8392. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the tag on the Tyvek suit.
Thank you.
And he was an extra large, ladies.
What observations, you told me about your observations, I apologize. What tests did you do?
I identified 4 areas of red-brown stains for further testing, A through D. A and B were on the exterior front pant legs. Area C was on the back right ankle, and area D was on the interior right sleeve.
And so what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
On all 4 areas, A through D had confirmed positive for blood.
And I'd ask to show Exhibit 241, Image 8393, that showing those results.
You may. Show the results.
As a result, what did you do?
Samples were preserved from each one of these areas, as well as from the interior sleeve cuffs of the Tyvek suit.
And why did you take a sample from the interior sleeve cup?
This is very similar to the reason why collecting from the unstained areas of the slippers. This is an area of high contact with the skin, so this was done for the collection of skin cells to identify a person who may have been wearing it.
And were any of these assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And can you tell me which ones were assigned for DNA testing?
Samples number 9-32.1.1 was the sample from the interior sleeve cuffs. 9-32.2.1 was the sample from stain A, and 9-32.5.1 was the sample from stain D on the interior sleeve.
Moving on to 16 -1, the rug. I'd ask to show you Exhibit 242, Image 1143, and publish that to the jury.
You may publish that image to the jury.
What observations did you make of this rug?
I noted an area of red-brown staining on the left portion of this piece of carpet.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test.
And what were the results?
The stain area A had confirmed positive for blood.
What did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16.2, I'd ask to publish Exhibit 243, image 1148, different 16.2, that being a sample from portion of rug 2.
All right, you can publish that, 1148.
What did you note on this? What observations did you make?
There were several areas that identified for testing stains A through F.
And what testing did you do?
The screening tests and confirming tests.
And what were your results?
On stains B through F, the screening test was negative, and on stain A, it had confirmed positive for blood.
I'd like to talk about 16-3, a sample, that being rug number 3. I'd like to show you and publish to the jury Exhibit 244, image 1153.
You may do so.
What observations do you make, Mr. Sheehan?
I observed a large amount of red-brown stains. On the left portion of the carpet is where I identified as stain A.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
The area of stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA analysis.
Moving to 16-4, a sample of rug number 4. I'd ask to publish to Exhibit 245, image 1158.
You may publish 1158.
Thank you. What observations did you make, Mr. Sheehan?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the bottom of this piece that identified for testing as stain A.
So your testing, you did do testing?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the results of your testing?
On this area, stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And did you preserve it for DNA?
Yes.
Moving to 16-5, rug number 5. I'd ask to publish Exhibit 246, image 1163, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you.
So he gets the cleaning stuff and chops her up, and then he does something with her body, but doesn't get rid of all the evidence. No. So what had happened was that they started looking at the locations of his cell phone and noticed that he was going around different places and different dumpsters. So they went quickly to the dumpster at his mom's house, and that's where they found 10 bags of evidence between the dumpster and the trash compactor. So, you know, anyone who's listening, maybe don't drop the evidence off at mommy's dumpster where she lives.
Mr. Sheehan, what observations did you make?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the left portion of the carpet.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
Yes, I believe so. I believe he didn't start actually throwing things away until the 3rd or 4th, which was, yes, after he had reported her missing. It's almost like he did everything ass backwards.
And what were the results?
This stained area A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
A sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Moving to 16-6, rug number 6. I'd ask at this time to publish Exhibit 247, image 1176 from rug number 6.
You may publish that image, 1176.
Thank you.
Jedi Jess, I have no idea. I have not one clue. I mean, why would you make up a work emergency when you're talking to the head of security who doesn't know of any reason why she would have a work emergency? It's almost like you would have thought this through. But no.
What observations did you make?
I noted the red-brown stains on the bottom left corner of this piece of carpet.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test.
What were the results of your testing?
This area had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
I preserved a sample from this area for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16-7, rug number 7. I'd ask to publish Exhibit 2.
It's so weird when you add all of this together and realize the defense's strategy is, yeah, he might have dismembered her, but she totally died of natural causes. I mean, I don't tend to make sense with a lot of things, but, you know, I didn't put this defense forward as if it would actually work.
248, image 1180.
You may publish image 1180, rug 7.
And Your Honor, in that same vein, from rug number 7, the other side is 1181, exhibit 249, if I could also use that one as well.
You may. The reverse side is in evidence now. 249, 1181.
Starting with this image, can you please tell me what you see?
I noted an area of red-brown stains as stain A on the bottom left corner, as well as an area of stain B that is in the center of the white powdery residue that you see.
And if we could just look at the back as well. What observations did you make here?
On the top left corner is the backside of that stained area A, and in the center with the white powdery residue, with the opposite side was stain B.
In what
Grill Richie, I'm actually going to be going back this week and watching a lot of the cell phone testimony that Trooper Keefe gave, because they did talk about the iPhone SE that was also, or that is his mother's cell phone, and it did seem to parallel some of the places that Brian went on the first. But I can tell you that cell phone data is never really my safe spot, so I want to go back and watch that testimony again, because I do believe that the mother was either with him or the phone was with him when he went to some of these stores on the first.
Testing did you do?
On both stains A and B, I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results of your testing?
Both stains A and B confirmed positive for blood.
And were numbers assigned to these samples?
Yes.
And what were those?
For stain B, which I had sent to DNA for testing, was 16-7.2.1. Yes.
Was anything else with this item?
Yes, I had collected a small amount of the white powdery substance to send to another unit for identification.
Looking at 16.12, I apologize. And I'd ask to publish Exhibit 250, image 1187, that being hair.
You are correct, Paul.
May I do
Paula?
that, Your Honor?
You may do so.
What did you do to examine this?
I examined 5 random hairs from this clump for identification.
And what tool did you use?
I used a set of tweezers to remove it from the sample and then visualize the items underneath a microscope.
And what classification did you make?
On all 5 pieces of hair that I removed, all 5 had classified as being consistent with a human hair.
And use the same technique that you described to us earlier?
Yes.
So after you finished with the testing for blood and looking at the hairs, what did you do next?
I would write my report for all my findings, as well as assign DNA items for analysis.
And what is the next round of testing at your laboratory?
The next section for DNA samples would be the DNA unit.
And what does go on for testing?
Any samples that are assigned by the criminalist working on the case.
And how is the determination made as to which items to send for DNA testing?
When the criminalist is examining the case, they try to select the samples that have the most amount of forensic relevance and answer as many forensic questions as possible.
And are there limits as to the number of items that can be sent forward for DNA testing?
Yes.
Why is that?
It would, for every single case, there are tons of samples that are collected for DNA. It would create a huge backlog in the lab system, which is why we try to select the most forensically relevant samples to answer as many questions as possible on the first round of testing.
So were items in this case sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And so you've identified those items as we went along. You gave the number and you said which items you sent along for DNA testing. Is that right?
Yes.
In addition to those items, was there one other item that was also sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And do you know what that was?
This was item number 16-13, which was an unknown tissue.
And was all the DNA testing done in one round?
No, it was not.
Were there multiple rounds of DNA testing that were done here?
Yes.
And who does that next round of testing?
No, that would be the analysts in the DNA unit.
And where do the original physical items get stored after you finish your work on them, Mr. Sheehan?
The original physical items are returned to the investigating agencies, while all of the DNA samples are preserved in our long-term storage area.
If I might just have one moment.
Certainly.
Oh, God, please don't let old man lawyer ask redonkulous questions like what is DNA? Where is a ribosome? How much longer till Tuesday?
Well, I do have a few more questions. What is luminol?
Luminol is a type of test that is used by various agencies. It's very similar to that of LCV.
And does fingerprint testing affect DNA testing?
No, it does not.
Does fingerprint testing affect your testing?
There's various chemicals that are used for testing, but again, those are known by the unit and the lab. So measures are taken in order to still do DNA testing in case of negative results.
And what effect of applying cleaning products to blood stains would impact your testing?
If the concentration of bleach or cleaning agent was high enough and was used on a sample long enough, it could degrade and destroy any type of DNA that would be on a sample or area.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Oh, dear God. Please let it be the redhead. Please let it be. No!
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
So, you appear at the home on January 8th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the first time you went there?
Correct.
And before you got there were other people from the Mass State Police. They'd already been there.
In previous days, when I had responded to the house, we had all arrived at the same time.
Okay. But you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that there had been multiple officers in and out of that house over a period of multiple days?
Yes.
And you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that those officers had gone in and out of that house, not wearing any protective garments, not wearing any protective booties. They went and they inspected certain rooms of that house, correct?
Yes.
And you understand, don't you, that when you go to collect samples from a scene like this from the home, it was very important to maintain the integrity of the home before you collected samples, correct?
Correct.
Now, believe me, I'm not questioning your expertise, your training, your experience. Let's be clear about that. But when you try to make conclusions about a sample that you collected in a certain part of this home, and then another sample that you collected in another part of the home, knowing that other people had been in and out of that home in the days leading.
Are you saying that the officers framed him by spreading the blood and tissue around like a morbid, weird amalgamation of a tooth fairy?
Leading up to you getting there, you can't tell this jury how certain samples are biological samples were first deposited in certain areas of that home.
No, I cannot.
So let's talk a little bit about that bedroom area that you told us about.
You want me to believe that all of the blood samples that were found were simply from household accidents?
Do you recall testifying that there was something that looked like white residue or something like that on the flooring of one of the bedrooms upstairs?
Yes.
And you noticed that on January 9th of 2023, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, in your report and your notes you wrote, you specifically stated that when you were there on January 8th, you didn't see that, correct?
I don't recall if that was in my report or not.
Okay, was it in your notes?
No.
All right, let's come back to that in a minute. On January 8th,
That is a total face of come at me, bro. No, let's not wait. Let's not hold that question. Let's circle back right meow. Right meow.
were you up in that bedroom where that area was? Now you told us about the white residue?
No.
So you understand, though, that other Mass State Police have been up in that room?
Yes.
And you understand that when you went up on the 9th, that's when you first saw what you have described to this jury, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a result of the observations that you made in that room, it's our understanding then that you caused, well, that's not entirely accurate, but in any event, there was flooring dug up in or around that area that you saw the white residue, correct?
Correct.
And that area covered that area that
Removed, not dug up. This is not the foundation. Giblets in heaven.
looks like from the exhibits, that area that was between the clothing, the pile of clothing, and placard tin, correct?
Yes.
And then you I keep saying that. Did you ask that the flooring be removed?
No.
Okay, someone else did that.
Correct.
But then after that flooring was removed, you went up and examined that area where the flooring had been removed.
Correct.
Now, there is a reason, isn't there, why someone decided to remove that flooring? There's a reason for that, right?
Yes.
And the reason would be because they were looking to see if there was biological evidence that had deposited itself between the spaces between the wood flooring planks, correct?
Yes.
And that is a common thing that you have seen in your examination of flooring, that something like fluid blood or fluid biological, some other substance, flows between the crevices or where the flooring butts up against each other, correct?
Yes.
And when the flooring is then pulled up, now what you're looking for is to see if any of the biological fluid had deposited itself not only in the joints between the flooring planks, but then back on the subfloor where the flooring planks lay, correct?
Yes.
And after a thorough examination, after all of those flooring planks were dug up on that floor, you didn't find any evidence whatsoever.
So the one place in the house that they looked and didn't find blood was in Brian's bedroom. Who'd have thunk it?
Of any biological substance and tested positive for blood.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence of biological substance that tested for anything else up there after they ripped out that floor, correct?
Correct.
There is nothing in the examination of that bedroom that indicates that any biological substance whatsoever had been deposited on the floor, is it?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is that the same room that had a hole in the ceiling?
Yes.
And what did you do to test any of that area surrounding that hole in the ceiling in that same bedroom?
I did not test it.
Did you go up into the attic and examine the attic that surrounded that area where that hole was?
No, I did not. From what I recall, that it looked like it was undisturbed.
What do you mean by that?
The insulation area.
The insulation area in the ceiling?
Yes, directly above the hole.
So to you, when you say undisturbed, it looked like maybe someone hadn't even been up in the ceiling because the insulation had been undisturbed, correct?
Correct.
And so if someone had been up in the attic, and based on your experience and training, you would have expected maybe to see that insulation having been disturbed. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Holy crap, he just said this. Why are we having 8 more questions asking him about the freaking insulation when he said, no, it looked fine. And he's like, but are you sure? So when you're in your training and your experience, have you ever, for the love of God, just let him answer the question.
And then did anybody point out to you, Mr. Sheep, that the parts of the ceiling from the hole had been maintained in a drawer in that same bedroom?
Yes, they did.
And did you ever examine those pieces of ceiling?
I recall visualizing them, but they had no staining on them, so I did not go any further with those.
So just focusing now on the hole in the ceiling, you didn't see anything of any forensic significance. Can I put it that way?
Yes.
And when you noticed the insulation in or around that hole, you didn't see that it had been disturbed as if somebody had been up in that attic, right?
Correct.
And then you examine.
And 3 for 3, the defense is going to spend all their time focusing on, well, the ceiling hole. I'm sure Brian is spending a lot of time protecting his hole, but Ching, for the love of God, I expect another 45 minutes talking about Brian's room and ignoring all the DNA every single other place in the home.
And the bits and pieces that had been maintained in the drawer of the cabinet, the nightstand, whatever we want to call it, in that room, and you didn't see anything forensically significant about those pieces either, did you?
Correct.
And then as we talk now about the flooring that was pulled up and examined in that same room, you didn't find anything forensically significant about that flooring, did you?
Correct.
You have, and is that the same room that you saw what you thought were red-brown stains in or around the curtain area?
Yes, stains H and I.
Okay, and what did those stains turn out to be?
I'm not sure. They had screened negative for blood.
Okay, so it's fair to say, isn't it, that sometimes you see red-brown stains when you're examining a scene, and since...
If his room is clean, he may be a queen. No. If his room is lit, you must acquit. If the ceiling was tampered with, what is it? Where are we going? Yet again, where are we going with this? We are focusing on stuff that the jury has just sat down. Now, I am on page 24 of just today's notes. But if I've had to sit through all of this as a jury member, and then he's going to talk about the ceiling pieces, I am livid at this point. There is no end to the curse words I am writing out about this man. Yeah, he's pointing out that Brian's room was clean. The basement was a daggone, Carrie, after prom party, but no. Totally okay as long as the room is okay.
They look and are characterized as red-brown stains, or in your report you use RBS. Am I right about that?
Yes.
You see something and you call it RBS, and then you go to test it, and it turns out that it's negative, correct?
Yes, that's fairly common.
Right. And so was there anything else in that bedroom that was forensically significant to you when you examined that bedroom?
No.
Mr. Sheehan, you are aware of the fact that the baseboard, some of the baseboard in that same bedroom was removed, pulled away from the wall, right?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Was baseboard removed in any of the rooms in that home? Let's check to see if there was biological evidence behind the baseboard.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not saying it didn't happen. You're just saying, to the best of your knowledge, you didn't do it.
Is he trying to get Brian's safety security deposit back on the rental? Again, who the F cares? I believe could be the defense case in chief today. I swear to God.
Correct?
Correct.
So as you sit here today in front of these jurors, it's fair to say that forensic, there is nothing in that bedroom that indicates that anything forensic was found in that bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea when you talk about that white residue on the floor that you saw on January 9th. You have no
You guys, I'm cracking up. We literally have gone from 100 and no, what did we start out today with? I've got it numbered so I can keep up with it. All right, we started out today on exhibit 181. We are up to exhibit, oh, for flips, 149. And the defense's bold strategy here is, but his room is clean. You guys, I'm checking. I don't smell burnt toast, but what is this trial? What is this defense? Oh my God. Oh, giblets, someone save me. Please, Judge, please call it a day so that the jury can go home and drink whiskey along with me.
no idea what caused it, correct?
Don't.
And you don't know if that was caused by, let me back up a little bit. Did you describe that on direct examination as if the varnish on the floor had been removed?
Yes, that's what it appeared to be.
And when you use did you use the word removed?
Yes.
But it's true, isn't it, that you could characterize the absence of the sheen of the varnish, that it could have just been the result of wear and tear, correct?
Yes.
And in a bedroom like that, where you have a lot of people coming in and out, and it's in the open.
Okay, you guys, I want you to imagine the O.J. Simpson trial, the birth of DNA in a major case. Now imagine if Johnny Cochran, decided to talk about, let's say a belt buckle. Well, now, sir, can you sit in front of this judge and tell me that, a Reader's Digest that was found in O.J.'s home? And the Reader's Digest is completely clear of all evidence. And instead of focusing on the glove, on the shoes, on the knife, on anything else, he focused only on the fact that this Reader's Digest right next to OJ's recliner was completely clear of evidence. This is what we're sitting through. Again, I ask for the 80 gajillionth time today. Is this man a plant from the state?
An area of the room, that could just be a result of wear and tear from kids playing, adults walking back and forth over periods of time, correct?
Yes.
Did that bedroom have a closet to it?
From what I recall, it was like it was a closet, but there was no doors on it, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And did you examine the interior of the closet?
Yes.
Did you find anything of forensic significance in the interior of the closet?
No.
Did you find anything of forensic significance on the door trim or anything of the sort?
I did not.
When you examined that room, Mr. Sheehan, was there a bed in there?
Yes, there was.
And did you examine the bed?
Visually, yes.
And did you do any testing on
Oh dear God, the poor criminalist who had to look with a black light on that sheeting. Get Purell. The power of Hank will take away the gonorrhea syphilitis. Ugh. Hazard pay to whoever had to inspect his sheets.
any parts of the bed?
No.
Did you notice that on the bed, in that bedroom, there was in fact sheets and bedding still intact there, correct?
Yes.
And
No, from all the evidence, again, the feed today has kind of been all over the place this afternoon. So I don't know what we missed because we kind of came mid-direct on this particular witness. It seems like they did pull up the floor and there was no blood. So Brian's room seems to be forensically possibly the only room, or the room with the least trace and physical circumstantial evidence against Brian. I do believe that there were devices found in his room, but as far as forensically and what this witness can testify to, the defense is pointing out that there is nothing in Brian's room that implicates him. I mean, it's only in the basement, the bathrooms, the Volvo, the carpet that he cut up, the Tyvek suit, the hatchet, the snips, the craftsman shears, the rags, the scrub daddy. So yes, if you just ignore all of basically like item evidence, 200 on, then yes, Brian, there really isn't any evidence against Brian, don't you know?
did you cause to test any of the bedding on that bed in that room?
No, there were no visible stains for testing.
Okay. And it's fair to say, isn't it, when you're examining a scene like this, even though you don't see visible stains, you may, based on your training and experience, think, well, maybe I should just check that to see if there's anything there that I can't see with just with my eyes, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have tools, don't you? You have chemicals. You have processes that you've been trained on so you can see and if you can detect.
Here's the problem with using luminol on bedding, and I'm going to try to be as ungraphic as possible. Luminol, at least from how I understand it, will react to proteins present in, let's say, self-love fluids, but also sweat and saliva. So, yes, they could have, luminoled the entire, bedspread, but it could basically just show up different bodily fluids that would not be blood.
The presence of a biological substance that you cannot visually see, correct?
Yes.
And why don't you just tell the jury a little bit about that?
It's called a general screen. This general screen process could be done on any area of surface as long as it's hard or even in fabric of nature. It's called a general screen because there's no visible staining on it.
Are you familiar with the word occult?
Yes.
Occult blood?
Yes. Means non-visible.
And so it's fair to say that you have been trained and you have experience where you can try to find or detect the presence of occult blood, correct?
Yes.
And in this case,
Sir, by that same logic, you have been schooled and trained to find a logical strategy for defense. Now, who looks dumber at their job? The guy who decided not to test Brian's spunk blanket, or you, 800-year-old lawyer, making these arguments? I guess I'll leave it to chat to decide who looks dumber, guy that didn't test the spunk blanket, press 1, or this lawyer, press 2.
in this home, in this room, you didn't even see any cause or any reason for you to check if there was occult blood or anywhere in this room.
Correct.
What level of Dante's Inferno have we gone into? I mean, I thought that we had dumbass casery in the Wolfenberger. We actually have a competent investigation in Massachusetts. It's a mother effing miracle. Tiny baby Jesus is crying, little tears in Nazareth because we finally, seen an absolutely competent, investigation in Massachusetts. And then we get this for defense? Good Lord.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about some other rooms in this house on the second floor. Did you examine other rooms in this house that were up on the second floor?
Only the bathrooms.
And there were 2 bathrooms, correct?
Yes.
And was one, can you just tell the jury where the bathrooms were on the second floor?
On the second floor, there was one directly in front of the stairs as you reach the second floor, and then the second one was in one of the other bedrooms.
Now, I thought I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that with regards to both bathrooms, you examined and tested the handle faucets, correct?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Generally to see if there was any type of biological material on a person's hands if they had used the sink to try to wash off.
And in your experience in training and in examining these scenes, you often find evidence of biological sample, including blood, on the handles of the sinks, correct?
Yes.
And that's true, isn't it? Especially where someone has tried to clean up a scene where something bad has happened, correct?
Correct.
And in this case,
I mean, why are we being subtle about what actually happened here? I mean, at this point, the defense is tiptoeing like something not great happened. Well, that might be the mother effing understatement of the entire effing century, you giant jackass. Sorry, look, it is a Monday and this man has tested my sanity. Now, in normal, situations, I say there is nothing, or there's no such thing as a dumb question. But there is being trained at a profession and asking dumb questions. And for me, that is unforgivable. Good God.
both bathrooms on the second floor, on the same floor where that room was that had the hole in the ceiling, you found no evidence of any biological or forensically significant biological sample in either one of these bedrooms, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that based on your training and experience, when you're not just looking at those handles, you also looked at the drains, didn't you?
Yes.
And why'd you look at the drains?
If you were washing your hands, that's where all of the water.
Dennis Nelson, my UK viewers will know. He was, I think, called the... basically, he unalived a bunch of men he brought home from bars and then would flush their bits, attempted to flush their bits and pieces down the drain, but basically it got clogged up.
Or would go.
And in fact, what happens is, isn't it, that if someone has a biological substance on their hands and they're trying to hide it or get rid of it, and they wash their hands, that biological substance can flow down the drain, but it also can remain in the seams or where the drain connects to the sink, correct?
Yes.
And that is a source, often, based on your experience, where that's where you find examples of biological substances that rest between the seams, I'm going to call them, and that's not a good word, but a seams of where a drain fits into the sink, right?
Yes.
Because people can try to clean that up. If they want to hide where something happened.
Oh, defense attorney, are you trying to tell... Okay, look, defense attorney, please all right, mother effer. Look, I demand by all the powers that are Mo, I don't have a wipe to wipe off my whiteboard, but by tomorrow, mother effer, you better send me a goddamn map where the hell you're going with this case, because I swear to fuck, at this point, if this were point A to point B, you have officially gone. This is your case. Please tell me there are Quaaludes involved. Giblets in heaven. Why are we being sentenced to deal with this crap? I feel sorry for the jurors, because at least I can stop and make fun of things and be disrespectful, you know, and snarky. But pray for those jurors.
And they can try to clean that up, but they don't think well, when they try to clean it up, they might not be able to clean up what went in between the seams of the sink drain and the sink, correct?
Yes, I would say that's accurate.
Okay, and that's why you look there, right?
Yes.
Because even though someone might try to clean up, they don't know that that's where.
Your client did such a craptastic job of cleaning up. The only reason that there is nothing on the second floor is because he did it mostly in the basement, you ass clown. God, I hate this lawyer.
Biological substance may rest, correct?
Correct.
And that same thinking, that same process of investigation that you've been trained and you have experience doing it, that was kind of the same thinking you used when you went up and looked at the pulled up floor that someone had pulled up, and you looked at the flooring and the subfloor to see if anything had been deposited there. Someone might not have known could have gotten there, even though they tried to clean the floor, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about the drains and the faucets of those bathrooms upstairs, are you including the drains and the faucets that would be associated with a shower or bathtub that was in those bathrooms?
Yes.
And once again, after all the testing, we found nothing in the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
It was forensically significant, correct?
Yes.
So now I want to ask you, as you move down from the second floor of this home, and you move down the stairway, was there in fact a main stairway that came down from that second area you just told these jurors about?
Yes.
And did you examine
The leopard carpet?
Yes.
If you know, Mr. Sheehan, were the stairs that
JKD Buck, but is he wrong? Is he wrong that absolutely no Zero fighters were flying over Nevada on December 1st, 1941? I mean, because you can't prove it wasn't. Therefore, ipso facto, no Pearl Harbor. But JKD Buck, you are absolutely correct. He's like a flat earther. Oh my God, defense of flat earth.
traveled from the second floor down to the first floor, where they would or covered with carpet or anything of the sort?
If I recall correctly, they were hardwood.
Okay. And you examined those stairs to see if there was any evidence of blood?
Yes, visually.
And you saw nothing?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the walls that bordered those stairs?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the railings that would border the stairs, correct?
Correct.
So now, we've moved from the second floor, the bedroom with the hole in the ceiling, the two bathrooms upstairs, all the way down the stairs, and if we think about that now, so far, you haven't found anything whatsoever forensically in that home for those areas.
It's so farcical. If I was on the jury, I'd be starting to laugh, because at this point it is beyond parody. I would look around to make sure Ashton Kutcher wasn't going to come out and yell punked. I mean, I would truly believe I was on a reality show, almost like the Truman Show at this point. I would be looking around to make sure that this was, in fact, not a dream.
Correct.
Is that a good place to stop for today?
Oh, thank you.
The best place, yes.
Judge, I love you. Thank you so much. You're my bestest, favoriteest judge. Don't make us listen to the bad man anymore. I'm going to find a doll, and I'm going to show where in the frontal cortex he hurt me.
So, jurors, I'll send you on your way for the night. I hope you're bundled for today. It's going to be cold. I think it's getting colder tonight. So make sure you're bundled for the morning. We'll see you back here ready to work at 9. Before I leave you, I remind you, jurors, don't go on any social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds as you evaluate the evidence. Have a good night.
All rise for the court, please. Just close your notebooks, follow me.
Oh, if I'm a juror next morning when she asks that open mind question, we're all saying no, we cannot do it. We have tried, but I believe that, I believe that there's no MSG in my General Tso's, chicken at the local Chinese buffet in rural Indiana. I believe more in that being the authentic representation of Chinese food than I do with this story. I believe the safety warning on any firework purchased by a carny on the side of the highway more than I trust this defense. I trust a Kirby vacuum salesperson with the neck tattoo and the little teardrop right here more than I trust this defense. I trust Disney adults more than I trust this defense. Yeah, they're going to look at DNA next. I wouldn't be smiling. I don't think you understand how terribly this is going for you, you incredible douche.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
No, that's not how I met Mr. Mo, but as a stay-at-home mom for nearly 13 years, I was always shocked at the sort of door-to-door salesmen they would send out for these Kirby vacuums or these Cutco knives. But basically, it would always be the young guys that looked freshly out of like San Quentin. And I'm all for giving people a second chance. I am not going to let you into my house with said neck tattoo and teardrop, tat. Look, I'm willing to give you a second chance, but I'd rather have, a Jehovah's Witness enter the house. I am just seeing if sometimes they do talk about other motions that may need to be accomplished or other things that need to be accomplished, but it doesn't look like there was any sort of further anything. I actually met Mr. Mo on a dating website. he didn't look at my age because he was trying to stay somewhere closer to his age range. I'm about 9 years younger than Mr. Mo, and he thought I was naturally a redhead. So I was younger and blonde, both things he's forgiven me for. Which, you would think was odd, but he's like, "You're naturally a blonde? Can we go back to red?" All right, you guys. So breakdown for day 6, and I think I'm just going to call this, is the defense working for the state? Or what the F defense? So we started day 6 with the medical examiner still on the stand for direct, so still with the state. And there was a lot of pictures and kind of going over of some of the carpet pieces. Samples were collected, possible blood clots, and different things like that. So I do think that the state did a good job on, asking different information, going through the process that he used to collect the evidence, and including clumps of white powder. That will be kind of a common theme. It seems like the rug was treated with a white powder of some sort. I don't know if it was lime to, help with deodorizing or what. Now they are going to get to testing, or at least they saved a sample of the white powder for testing, but what it is hasn't come in yet. So basically that was what the state did, kind of perfunctory, getting the evidence in and talking a little bit about what a medical examiner might do. The defense basically spent 100 billion years going over any possible reason that one might die. From, autoerotic asphyxiation to a vagal tachycardia sort of thing to, being smothered to sudden cardiac issue during sex. I mean, just about, the entire thing. Then we did have a little bit of an interview, which I will be breaking out into a separate video. I was able to get an actual lawful lawyer to Dave Helm from MLS Making Law Simple. And he kind of, as an official lawyer and not just a fake one on TV, kind of walked us through a bit about what is different trying a murder case without a body. And I thought that was pretty interesting. So I will be breaking that out into a separate video for you guys to look. But basically, we spent an hour and a half talking about possible ways that one might die. And oh my goodness, if only, Brian had called someone who had like this service and went to school for a bunch of years to see if his wife had, sudden unexpected death. So that was a torturous, couple of hours. We then had our next witness, Teresa Marchese. She worked with Anna at Tishman Spire. She was in HR, although there was a corpo speak sort of different title, and you can tell that it annoyed the ever-living ish out of her that the defense kept calling her HR. But it is through her that we kind of understand what happened around DC when Brian finally called to claim that Anna had gone missing. So Teresa went to Anna's house after she had talked to Brian and did look kind of cursory look. She did go into the garage, but wasn't able to get into the door. She then was able to kind of conference call Brian in with Hugh Dunleavy. Now, Hugh Dunleavy was the head of security for Tishman Spire and also had experience as a former Secret Service agent. Now, Brian talked to Teresa multiple times through text and cell phone. And this witness, it's been several years. I mean, this is 2001 that they're talking about. So she wasn't quite clear. Or I'm sorry, this was 2023. So she wasn't quite clear, which in the timeline that Brian might have said certain things, so which exact conversation. But she was very clear that Hugh Delaney had to tell Brian to make a police report that basically he admitted to both Teresa and Hugh Delaney that she had been missing since the 1st, and he had yet to call the police to report her missing on the 3rd or 4th. Now, so basically, that's kind of what they did. The defense went on to talk about Anna possibly getting into trouble or having complaints at her job. He went into one of the buildings her company managed, had Legionnaire issues, and an FBI sort of some of their attendants or some of their residents had a raid by the FBI. So there did look like there were some issues with the buildings that Anna was managing for Tishman Speyer, but not problems of Anna's making. But the defense did try to imply that Anna had gotten multiple complaints from this building to the point that it might have actually interfered with her getting any sort of bonus compensation. Now, in redirect, we learned that she did actually qualify for a bonus, so it wasn't as if any of the issues that the defense brought in actually held any water. And again, the defense today has been like, hey, let's focus on, random is basically what happened. Now, we did have a witness come back, David Gould. He was the criminologist, and he actually came back to correct a bit of the record. He had accidentally said the wrong crime lab for all of the evidence that he dropped off. It was actually another crime lab because they needed more access to drying spaces. We then got into Hugh Dunleavy, and he was the security at Tishman Speyer. You could definitely tell that he had a former law enforcement, background. Now, this is where we, he made a point to notice it, but also Teresa noticed it, that the only time that Brian seemed to be noticeably emotional on any of the calls was only for about 20 to 30 seconds when he learned that Hugh Dunleavy was a former police officer. But it wasn't uncontrollable to the point that he couldn't get himself to calm down. Hugh Dunleavy made a note that it was very quick. He was able to quickly sort of regulate himself back into a very calm and cordial sort of demeanor. So very, very interesting. Then we went to Patricia Patterson, and we start following Brian around on his Red Rum procurement trips. So she was a manager at Walgreens, and we were able to see a video of Brian buying peroxide or something. No, it was Band-Aids and Neosporin at the Walgreens. So it looks like he hurt his murder mittens just a scotch, as you do when you are, conniving people up. So that's neither here nor there, I guess. We then went to Joseph Caesar, and he was the manager for a liquor store. Now, liquor stores are not open for business on the New Year's Day. So we were able to see footage of Brian walking around back, or at least we didn't get the view of him walking around to the back of the dumpster, but we were able to see his criminal parking style and then him walking towards the back of the building, presumably to get rid of some trash that evening when the store was empty. We then go to Cade Reed, who was the Lowe's Asset Protection Manager. And basically, he is there to give us footage for 2 different Lowe's trips. The first one is to Danvers Lowe's on January the 1st. And he bought $500 worth of murder, kitbelia, basically, at 6:45 p.m. on January the 1st. So we did get the receipt. Now, it flashed up too quickly for me to get all of it, but mops, hacksaw, bleach, the tarps or painting things, I believe there was the Tyvek suit, and other things. It was a whole hell of a lot of stuff for about $500. And he did pay cash. At all of these locations, he paid cash, but decided to look directly into the self-checkout, basically smiling at his dumbass self. Now, there's another trip, and that is from the Wayman's Lowe's. And this is the trip where he gives himself the checkout in the self-checkout. He's like, damn, I look good. I shit you not. It actually happened, you guys. Now, it looks like he's either buying a trash can or a vac, but I couldn't quite, like a shop vac. And in all grossness and really highlighting just the absolute horror of this, he is with his young minor son. It does seem to be his oldest son, just because of the age that the blurred out child seemed to be, and my relative general experience of smallish humans. We next came to Jamie Flint. Now, she worked at the CVS in Danvers, Massachusetts, and then she basically shows us Brian buying 6 containers of hydrogen peroxide, again using self-checkout and again using cash. Now, we then get into Gregory, or I'm sorry, now they were calling Gregory I believe Denise is what I heard, but then the footage jumped to mid-direct of Matthew Sheehan, and he is a criminologist who basically, I'll just summarize, most of the evidence that had any visible red or brown staining, he was the one that would do the presumptive tests in the lab if he wasn't the one that collected it. He also went to the home that Brian and Anna lived in and collected various swabs, photos, and samples from the basement, I believe the basement and several other places in the house. Again, it's kind of hard to keep up with everywhere that he went because we did kind of lose a bit of the footage. But I will go back tonight and see if there's any streams that have that footage, and we can add it to tomorrow. And basically where we ended today was Old Man River asking dumb questions. The basic object or name of the game for the defense today has been pay no attention to the mountains of evidence in front of your eyeballs. Look over here. Look over here. That's been all of today, and I do worry that the defense is going to so thoroughly piss off the jury that there's going to come a point in this where one or more of the jurors cannot raise their hand to keep an open mind in all honesty because they cannot see how, because the defense is farcical. The defense is laugh out loud. I was nearly laughing hysterically at the end of this with him focusing on Brian's bedroom and asking why we didn't test his blanket of horrors. So I don't know what the defense is planning on achieving, but I do know personally, if I were a juror at this point, I would find it not only disrespectful to myself, but disrespectful to the woman that Brian supposedly loved with all of his heart, mind, and soul, that this is the defense that they're putting on. But I may be just a little scotch hangry and irritated with stupidity, so maybe I will have a better attitude in the morning, but at this point, this is downright disrespectful to the jury. I mean, this is farcical in my opinion. So we got 24 pages of notes. I do expect another hour to hour and a half of Old Man River asking stupid questions tomorrow of this witness. But it does seem like we are getting to the point where we really are getting into some of the meat and potatoes, where we start linking things together. And maybe we will get more information and more things coming through. But I am beginning to see why this is going to be such a long case. We are already up to nearly 300 exhibits, and we are only on day 6. So I am going to stop this stream here. I am going to take a little bit of a break, make sure that everyone is warm. And you guys, if you are in anywhere that's looking at possible, severe winter weather or anything, be sure to bundle up and keep yourself safe and reach out to neighbors and people that might have a hard time heating. Let's, be kind in our small little circles that we know. I will see you guys tomorrow. I need to take a break, y'all. I don't mind long days and I don't mind interesting arguments, but I do mind when someone questions my intelligence that they think they can sell me a stupid story like this. But there you go, you guys. Now, if there are, if my internet, which is rural, does go out, we will definitely try to stay on track. I don't anticipate any problems, but, I will try to let you guys know if there is an interwebs problem. And if you want to hang out with me for more time tomorrow at 8 a.m., I have my Mornings with Mo. It is a morning news stream where we do headlines, true crime, and all the absurd, including our Advent WTF story of the day and our, cringe-hilarious clip segment. So if you need a morning stream where you get your news you need and none of the politics you don't, and all of the funny sort of curse words that you like, well, Mo curse words like flippin' flapjack and mother, I abbreviate until I get to the point where I'm pushed to the C word, and then it's on. But there you go. That all being said, thank you guys so much for spending your time with me and watching this trial with me. And I will see you guys bright and early in the morning. Stay warm, stay safe, and God, keep a can of bitch fire with you, because he might run into this lawyer out in public, and good Lord, he might actually try to talk to y'all. Stay safe. Bye, you guys.